Привет, привет. Какво е Кето Калмари, Кико? Кето Калмари е нашия спътник на главния герой. Нали се разбрахме да му викаме Кето Калмари вече? Или това е... расистко ли е да му викаме Кето Калмари? При положение, че си има чисто японско именце. Душицата. По принцип се казва Ким Кицураги, но Кето Калмари е безспорен хит, така че от тук нататък просто ще се казва Кето Калмари. Това му е съдбата. Зори? Боже! Записвам си деня 22 януари 2020 часа, 2 часа и 1 минута. Зори влиза в стрима и казва мила реплика. В смисъл, първото нещо, което казва, е нещо, което е мило и учтиво. На какво се дължи това, Зори? Аз ли съм причината или ти днес си просто в добро настроение? Трябва да поразмишляваш върху това. Поразмишлявай, Кико. Заслужава си размишлението със сигурност. Днес, както винаги, ще играем диско Elysium и въпреки, че усещам, че вървим към разплитане на случая и мистерията като цяло, си има още работа по нея. Допитах се малко по-рано днес до Кико как преценява моите усилия и ще успее ли днес да я довърша, и неговата искрена оценка беше не. Така че, даже си мислех, че няма да имам какво да правя до края на седмицата. Честита прическа и на ваш чат. Аз може би не ви виждам, но някак си знам, че и вие сте подстригани. И ви отива. Много добре изглеждате. Браво на вас. Просто те загрузява повече и те личи много. Душко, толкова време ли я мисли тази реплика? Чудеше се какво да ми кажеш. Хайде. Да не се обиждаме отрано. Не ядеш. Как така не ядеш? Какво не ядеш? Ето тук урок по български език. Липсата на запетайка изяжда смисъла на думите ти. Усети се. Късно. Хенло. Привет. Домързате да я напишем, а то цял живот така безори се те домързява нещо. Айде да спре да те домързява толкова. Мамо, стара. И аз се шегувам, душицо. Благодаря ти. Следващия път обещавам да съм я подстригал и боядисал. Даже ви оставям на вас да изберете цвета. Няма да ме тролеш днес. Сега не се заричай. Тъй. За да не губим време, тъй като днес ни очаква сериозен прогрес, теоретично, предполагаемо и надявам се, скачам директно в играта, а вие ми разказвайте как минава вашата сряда. Аз очаквах пратка от Амазон днес и получих едно голямо нищо. Така че мога само с това да се похваля. Но имам някакъв проблем. Според мен първа инвестиционна отказват транзакцията, защото съм получил имейл по никое време от Amazon, че не е минала транзакцията и съответно чакам на празно. Така че... какво си поръчал? Ще го видите като пристигне. Тайна. Светло-синьо. Не знам, мисля, че на толкова тъмна коса като моята аз трябва да я унищожа, за да хване някакъв цвят. Поправете ме, нали, ако греша. Вероятно дамите в чата, начело с Зори, която май е единствената толкова отрано, вие ще знаете най-добре, ама сигурно чувал съм, че е така, че трябва да... и... Ева мамичката в общи линии от химии, за да хване. Тази фешън блузка. Краличка, това е толкова стар и раздърпана жилетка, че ме е срам да изляза с нея. Тя вече е само за домашно ползване и ако камерата беше достатъчно детайлна, даже може би се вижда така. Виж на какво е направила Карамела? Това всичкото е от нея. Това са дупки, бели косми. В общи линии тази жилетка вече я ползвам само за да се топля вкъщи и да си играя с Карамела, защото тя обича да хапе. Аз просто си придирам ръката в нея и давам да хапе жилетката. Какво да хване? Цвят на косата. Не обещавам, че ще експериментирам с такива неща, защото това май наистина е голяма играчка и ето се вика, само това не съм направил със себе си. Така, аз обещах, че почваме веднага и тотално не почнахме веднага. Whirling in Rags 19.00. Мисля, че това е сейва от последния път. И виждате, че имам някакви по-късни, но се отказах да играя офстрим. Ще ми се нещата, които видях малко по-напред, да бъдат минати и на стрим. Няма смисъл да го правиш. Да, предполагам, че го казваш като човек, който си е бодисал доста косата. Окей, ще взема твоя съвет. Тъй. Добре, имахме последно някакви най-сетне конкретни следи, доказателства и изобщо дирята сме хванали на някаква си Руби, която е главният ни заподозрян в момента. Ти си бил с жилетка в чалка заведение, да беше най-уместно облечени. То си зависи много от жилетката, но тази съм я толкова тормозил миличката, че не е за пред хора, така само ще кажа. Някога беше окей. Но отдавна вече си е за домашно ползване. You think you have a pretty hot suspect right now, don't you? That Ruby of yours. Yeah? Notice how it came together without casting too much suspicion on Classier. It was nice and Ruby-centric in the end. What you mean? Anything strike you a bit off about this mishmash? Привет, Мишо. E1. Hello. Мрежа. Крилички. Виждаш това, което искаш да виждаш. Well, the bullet didn't have to come through from the roof. It could have come from anywhere on the coast. Absolutely. It could have come from anywhere. But you're certainly so certain it came from the roof behind the window. The bullet was jacketed. They don't just lie around everywhere, do they? Good point. It's rather rare these days, but do continue. It turned out that the bullet was an antique. True. Strange how you conducted the whole advanced ballistic analysis and then hand-waved it. The footprints in the pinball workshop didn't fit the old soul's prints of the crime scene. No, they didn't. And so far no one has mentioned hearing the shot. В момента собственото ми съзнание извиква пред главния герой всички неконсистентни доказателства, които сме намерили. Което е адски дяволито от страна на играта, защото постоянно те кара да се съмняваш в заключението, до които си достигнал и да си казваш сега на прав път ли съм или съм кръгъл идиот. Тая шибана игра, заклевам се. So far no one has mentioned hearing the shot. Notice how this hasn't come up at all. Even the Hardy and his boys didn't mention it. And neither did you. I'm done thinking about this. That's right, finish thought. Just finish it and conveniently go on. She's watching you leave right now, you know that? Free as a bird on that roof. Lighting up a cigarette and thinking, am I glad Ruby's in this shit and not me? Don't listen to this guy. The theory was solid. He's just jealous. Move on. It's no use harassing her further. Добре, собственото ми усещане за логика буквално ме озапти. Искам само да проверя набързо, има ли нещо за говорене с господин Кунел. Променило ли се нещо с него или мога просто да си продължа към острова?
Fuck, does Kuno care?
He doesn't care! Fuck you too, mate! То облечен върху Лан. Не сме на вълна комплименти ли? Много си мил, душица златна. Исках да говоря с Джойс, също така. Така че първо ще отида към Кея. Etched into the wood, barely visible. Remember the rest is lost to time. Иронията просто. Надпис на пейката: помни, и останалото не се вижда, защото времето го е заличило. Вчера ми направи впечатление, че Булкажа нарече музиката, която върви в града, погребална. До сега не се бях замислил за това, но е прав до някаква степен. Някак си има един меланхоличен, маршов тон в цялото нещо. Като погребението на един цял свят, а не само на разследването. Тук беше лодката на Джойс. Впрочем. Went to the village on the coast, officer. See you there. Joyce says the note. Joyce says the note on the post. Joyce се е преместила. Добре. Един купнеш по това, което е било. Може да се каже плейда. Би могло да се каже. Много задълбавам. Абе, да ти кажа, ако на тая игра не задълбаем, то на коя? В смисъл, сюжет и буквално писане на диалозите и на развръзките на нивото, което е в тази игра, не съм виждал. Айде да не казвам никога, ама го казвам. Дали? Такива игри са рядкост на няколко десетилетия по една в общи линии. Последната, която е дори сравнима до някаква степен с тази, е Planescape от 99. А от тогава е минало доста време. Какво, веднъж на 20 години, така ли? Последно през 99 и тази от 2019. Сложили са колкото да има нещо в книжката игра. Хей! Ама сте духовити. Я да погледна в този капан, впрочем. Някогашното возило. Та, идеята беше да разпитваме за Руби. Кой може да е видял? Пробваме първо с тези симпатияги. Въпреки, че те са толкова пияни през цялото време, че едва ли са видяли някого.
Tequila sunset.
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby lately? Can't really remember seeing any women after losing my keys. It's a touchy topic. He hasn't gotten laid in ages. He really has no idea who this Ruby is, sire. Защо ли се надявах изобщо?
The legend, he's back. Danko.
Ясно. Окей. The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it. Kids, have you seen any bad people around? One of the twins looks up, his mouth slightly open. What bad people? I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents present is gonna crack the case. Окей, Кето Калмари, не се напрягай. Хлапетата не ми вършат работа. Да питаме майка им в такъв случай. О, ето е лодката на Джойс. Why does she care about the waves so much? What is it with you and those waves? What is with waves and fishermen? She tilts her head and looks at the sea. We need to be out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked him to accommodate me. But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So what will it be, officer? I'm looking for someone, actually. Привет, Sirius. I'm looking for you. I'm looking for a suspect who might have stayed in the neighborhood. Okay, when did this person stay here? Very recently, over the past few days. She might have arrived on Friday. Oh. She looks slightly disappointed. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning. Really? Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle to get out there again. Ти да видиш. Cozy outfit, абсолютно. Това е тъй наречената удобна, топла, домашна жилетка. Преди малко споменавах, че тя вече не става за нищо, освен за носене вкъщи и за игра с карамела, затова е цялата в бели косми. Но за това, за което все още става, е адски добра мамка му. Добре, и тя не може да помогне. Супер, идеално. Сляпата баба, освен да пробваме. Предвид, че е сляпа.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around the coast? Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately. Because she's blind, which you seem to have forgotten. Не съм забрал, бе. Okay, but do you know who I'm talking about? This is my little cinder block town. She nods with a wrinkled smile. I know what goes on around here. Oh. She's being evasive. She knows something. There was a murder in Martinez. Kim points east. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help. Would you now? The washerwoman turns to him. I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other. You know something. We are here to help. Aye, that you are, Dark Omen. Help yourselves and your organization. Help the storm clouds gather on the horizon. The washerwoman shakes her head. I see. You know something, but you've decided not to tell us. There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now was there something else? I see, ma'am. The lieutenant turns to you. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway. You should look around in the shack. Добре. Да, има логика. Ако е предоставила подслон на мен, защо да не е давала подслон и други му? Мерси, Марто. Ма аз и вчера бях. Аз вчера се постигах. Нищо. И ден по-късно не е проблем да го забележите с закъснение. Ким fucking Кето Калмари. Привет, Вълчо. Какво казват 20-стените D&D зарчета? Спектричке. Тук се издаде колко не ти увира главата изобщо от D&D в момента. Тъй като... Или поне не си забелязал, де. Но тази игра не се базира на 20 стени зарчета. А на 6 стени. 2 до 6. Е принципът на тази игра. Може и старчичко да ме хареса. Теоретично си търся Sugar Mama, но и Sugar Daddy е вариант в крайна сметка. Hello, тази града не беше Interactable Object преди това. Loose floorboard. As you look at the floorboard in the corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched. Move it aside. The hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below. What's in here? Nothing particular catches your eye. It looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though. Добре, бъркаме в пясък. You stick your hand and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then something hard, wrapped in paper. A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. 9 мм куршум, скрит в пясъка. Под дъските. Fit for all muzzle loaders of the caliber. This bullet isn't for a breech loader like the murder weapon. The floorboard isn't interested, but maybe the washerwoman is. You have enough to confront her with. И камерата ти е все едно третия в партито. Да я смаля, че да пасне с другите. Прав си, можеше да я намаля. По принцип съм я позиционирал така че да бъда третия, но не съм я смалявал, да. Може би щеше да е забавно. За D&D знаеш колкото сляпата баба в играта знае какъв цвят рокля носи. Кога ще играеш D&D, спектичке? Ти вчера го спомена, обаче не каза. Кога те чака отнемането на твоята 20-стенна девственост. Тази вечер? Вълнуваш ли се? То не е D&D, когато всеки род казва ще... Да. Просто беше споменал вчера на стрима на Ради Спектра, че ще играе D&D за първи път скоро. Окей, бабче, я да видим какво ще кажеш сега.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Why was there a bullet under the floorboard of your shack? God damn that girl, the washerwoman murmurs softly. And without anger, a long and harsh life has taught her not to buckle under pressure. A bullet. The lieutenant turns to you and gives you a little nod. Кето Калмари ни обича вече. Then turns to the washerwoman. You didn't put it there, did you? She did. Gone and hid things in there? She shakes her head. She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either. You rented the room to her. The old woman sits in silence, her hands moving into the water bucket. Some water sloshes over the edge. Slowly she speaks, wringing out a rag. Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude, I've made it clear we welcome all kinds of people here. When was this? She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. Her wrinkled hand needs a blue rag in the water. What has she gotten herself into, that girl? That is for the police to find out. The lieutenant takes out his familiar blue notebook. Right then, please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few. Добре, един бърз разпит, мисля да й проведем. Няма да чета абсолютно всичко. Тръгнала си в понеделник 8 сутринта. Най-вероятно чувайки автомобила на лейтенанта, който ни събуди в началото на играта. Обаче каква реплика пуска? Нали, нашия човек казва: Kim, she must have heard your kinema. Yes, that is a downside of having a 130 kilowatt engine. His voice is tinged with pride. It lets the bad guys know when you're coming. Велико. Is the room така? Същата ли е стаята, както тя е оставила? Или както си е била по-скоро? Каква е Руби? Я да видим. Като характер. Развълнува си като калинка на челна стойка. Това сравнение го чувам за първи път в живота си. Развълнувани ли са калинките, стоейки в челна стойка? Спектричка, как мислиш? Why do you think she left the bullet there? Да, защо оставила куршума там? Нашето обяснение е... Да. Бабката казва, че не може да си обясни защо е оставен един единствен куршум в стаята. Ние обаче се досещаме. Това е план за бягство. Един вид. От този свят и от живота й. The washerwoman tilts her head to the side, looking up at you, deep in thought. Then she makes up her mind. No, she's a fighter. She really believes that. Интересно. Имала ли е проблеми с чашката и гнева? Според бабката не. Въпреки че тя познава само част от нея, така да се каже. Имала ли със себе си някаква техника? The heater in the shack. Добре, знае ли поне къде е отишла? Further up the coast. Rushing up, heading north. Но понеже е полуостров, може би е в капан. After a moment of silence, the washerwoman says, "You will never find her, you know." Her tone is without malice. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived. I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent. Further up the coast we go, then. Are you sure you wouldn't rather stay here, get nice cozy fire going in the heater? She drops the rag into the bucket. It's clean now. Seems like a better idea to me. Oh, the felted electric mural. You feel like you should go and look at it again. Step closer this time. Това пък защо? Специално този Failed Electric Mural, за който ми говори съзнанието ми, беше едно от нещата, които видях офстрим веднъж. Единственият път, в който съм играл по-сериозно офстрим, така че... Тя не е точно сестра на Харди, но е от неговата банда и търсим нея. Урания знаем къде е. Стига да не е виновна тя и да е избягала. По принцип, защото... Взимайки предвид доказателствата, които намерих точно в края на предишния стрим, реших да я оставя нея на свобода и да тръгна след Руби. Така че да се надяваме, че не съм направил грешка. Но Урания знаем къде е и би трябвало да си е там. В момента търсим Руби. Така, имаме един скил point. Качваме интерфейсинг. Fuck it. Така. Но пък първо искам да си побъбря с нашата добра приятелка
I'll just keep the cord in the channel if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier.
Aye, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way.
Of course, jetty. I prefer a good jetty to appear any day. Jetty.
Something about the way she says it makes you want to sing. Jetty, daddy.
Oh, jetty.
Joyce responds mournfully.
It's good to see you here, detectives. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now. So I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
Интересно. Да. Спомням си го този квест Спектра. Това не е ли началото на един от експанжените? Елън Рипли. Cannot unsee. Може да. Защо пък не? That and she's also keeping an eye on you. Have you been spying on us?
Spying has such a negative connotation. I did track your progress along the coast, however, and decided I would be better able to assist you from here.
Не. Може би си спомням грешно. Спомням си самия квест Спектра, но явно греша за това, че е част от някой експанжен.
Then there's the matter of that little scamp in old lady clothes. She threatened to paint the Cordelie red, like blood, you see. Well, I like it the way it is. Quite.
Беше и дигнала мерника, впрочем. Художничката в онзи крайбрежния квартал. Така че може би е направила добре Джойс, че се е преместила далеч от нея. So how do you like it here?
How do I like it?
She casts her gaze towards the village, slush melting on the cinder blocks, construction work left half-finished 10 years ago. Water drips down eaves of eternite, the jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
It's pornographically poor, the street has no name, all the men are dead or missing, and is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there?
Не! Това категорично не са остатъците от кола. И категорично не са моята кола. Много ми хареса определението порнографски бедно. Мисля от тук нататък да го използвам за някои части от София.
I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions while you can.
Части от София, в които категорично не живее в момента. Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to matinees. Dull grey metal rests in Lilianne's scabbard, a sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
Alright, politics time. Let's react. Place is doomed either way. Maybe. Joyce leans against the railing, looking up at the grey sky. Have I told you how they discovered this place? The wind picks up her raincoat flaps in the gust. This fishing village? No, the Insulindian Isola. What is an isola, exactly? I'm guessing you don't know then. No, you haven't told me. Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 45% грамотност в този регион. И как сме в България по този показател, като проценти? 45% може би не е лошо в голямата схема на нещата. 45% is around where I operate. Things are getting better though. I knew you would sympathize. Joyce nods. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means, our home, this island of matter, or why they were ferried over here in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day. She corrects the scarf around her neck. For now, how can I assist you in this new location? Tell me now, we have time. Do we? Kim glances his watch. It doesn't look like he does. I hear you've singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. I would not want to delay you. Maybe there is something else I can assist you with. I found my badge, by the way. By love, you did! Joyce inspects the piece of blue plastic, her eyes scanning from left to right. Fast, observantly, like an electronic printer. She's memorizing your badge number. She hands it back to you. Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Frater Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. I got some more questions about reality. Държавата смята в процента за образованост хора, които ходят на училище. Shit, наистина. Значи нямаме добра метрика в такъв случай. Тук имаме някакъв шанс за концептуализация чека. Чайте малко. Кашкавалене тайм. Искам да го направя това чек. Камон, кашкавалене. Да не започваме така деня.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Haha! Haha! More lessons in basic reality. She's positively surprised. My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. What is this? The scent, the sound, the air. What world is this? What world? The fading pearls of her eyes look to the sea. The only one, I suppose, the world of matter in its pale antipode. Of bodies of water and forest-covered surfaces, clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage, we all have. This world is enough, she concludes. It must be. This is the greatest and kindest arrangement of atoms the atoms had in them. The best of all possible worlds. Indeed. There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included. What's that term? Elysium. Ха-ха! Позната думичка. First try, нали Ради? Всеки път first try. Archipelagos. Защо се бъркам тогава? По принцип си прав. А защо се бъркам? Може би заради българското произношение. Архипелаг, по-скоро. Wait, is this the one with the evil apes? Not in this case, no. That sounds more like something the Mesk petrofascists might say. Her eyes return to you. It isn't enough to call us animals. Even animals aren't animals. What are they then? They're like you and I suppose. Living organisms don't identify with abstractions. Elysium is for particular beings. Elysium. The world needs a term of endearment. It does. There are those who would call it hell. What's hell? A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petrofascists. I don't feel like I've gotten the whole picture yet. Oh, you want a picture of the world? Joyce raises her fingers to her lips. There's no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit. How come? Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways. Гледаме на света отвътре настрани. What? Inside sideways? What shape is the world then? We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the org nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s. There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona. Мрачно-сива корона е света на играта, като форма. A dark grey corona. Yes, she pauses. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago. A cold fear seeps into you. Oh my god, wait, what the hell are you telling me? You seem to be spooked. Please don't be. Her voice becomes homely, calm. She lets the moment pass. The pale. And what do you mean corona? They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. Знаех си, Flat Earth Society са били абсолютно прави, Земята е просто един диск. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or to speak more plainly, imagine vast swaths of land, disrupted by nothingness. I'm sorry, dear, she looks around. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Jesus, fuck, този термин всеки път ми връзва езика на флонга. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the great questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound. A fractured corona doesn't feel like it's gonna bring anyone together. You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effects and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. She looks up. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane, very disco. You'd love it. Well, if you say it's disco. See, everyone finds something worth holding onto in this world, however wasted the opportunities. The lieutenant observes you both silently. He adjusts his glasses. You said pale. What is pale? The pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality. Yes, the lieutenant looks at his watch. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to attend to. Of course, Lieutenant. She bows, then turns to you. Let's try something else. I don't want to. I want to know what the pale is. I don't think your colleague would appreciate that. He has already been so patient with this whole exercise. Let's continue with something else, alright? You can ask about anything else in the world. Anything. Ето, затова ми е бил толкова висок този чек, плейнотче. Cause Kim trusts me. 83%. Ask Kim to step away while you discuss the pail. Thank fucking God. Kim, can I talk to the ma'am alone for a second? Секундичка само. Fine. He steps away with his notes. See, what can he do? You're a grown man. Съзнанието им ме окуражава. Това е важното. Now, what is the pail? Are you sure? Your colleague seemed adamant. Yeah, what is the pail? Okay, she concedes. The pail is the most dominant geological feature of the world, detective. The separative tissue between the isolas. It is the inter-isolary mass. And what is an isola? Isola is a Messenian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the pale. Also, isolation or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we've discovered 7. Mundi, Sayol, Samara, Ilimara, Graat, Katla, and this, Insulinde. And Insulinde is an oceanic isola. It comprises mostly of water. Mundi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear. Are you sure you're sure? Трябва да е повторен чек на всички микротранзакции. Така е, картеч. Така е. Човек, видях... най-сетне обърнах внимание на списъка игри, които си набелязал за 2020 и моето тикче отиде за Chrono Cross и Final Fantasy 6. Стискам им палци. What's the pail like? Achromatic, odorless, featureless, the pail is the enemy of matter and life. It's not like any other or anything in the world. It's the transition state of being into nothingness. The negation of being. That's right, the negation of being. She tightens her hood around her neck. It's cold outside. Да не е студено в София. Проветриво е, фейлънче. Освен това е студено в играта. Тук сме на крайбрежието, през зимата и там е студено, мамка му. Пак ме да даваш съвсем различни отговори. Ренаунд, аз със сигурност ще го направя това, но няма да ви подложа втори път на стрим. Знам, че има примерно 2-3 ентусиасти от вас, които много се кефят на играта, но просто не е нещо за масова консумация и няма да прекалям с такъв тип игри, обещавам. Въпреки това, вие се кефите толкова много на книги и игри, това си е буквално книга и игра, до голяма степен, просто е на английски. Мисля, че даже и картача много би си изкефил. Не знам дали има търпение за толкова дълга книга и игра в дигитален формат, но мисля, че би я харесал. В твоята игра беше по-студено. Това е така. Твоята игра изглежда много студена. Щото не можеш. Какво не мога, бе? Да ви казва, че е дълга, даже е къса спрямо книгите и игри. Не съм останал с такова впечатление. Добре, може би защото го чета на глас. Това ми изкривява представите много. Is it here, the pail? No, detective, we're safe. She points to the sea. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isola. And pointing to the north there. An uproar of matter, darling, rising into the pale, rolling, evaporating even, a great vision. The area of transition between the world and the pale is called port collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapor, marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism, a mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. She closes her eyes and breathes out heavily. The most disco thing you'll ever see. What are its physical qualities? It is difficult to describe or even measure something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties, physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into the pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible. Is it the pale or pale? Pale when it's particular, this territory of pale. The pale when it's the pale in its entirety. Once you've seen it, she tosses her head. Language balks at the difference. Не знам дали го следите, но това е супер fucking creepy, цялото нещо. Има и по-студени игри от Frostpunk. По-студени игри от Frostpunk. Не знам защо се сещам за Shattered Hill. Silent Hill Shattered Memories. Като студена игра. Но категорично не е по-студена от Frostpunk. Коя пък е по-студена от Frostpunk, така да се каже? If we are surrounded by the pale, how do you get from Isola to Isola? Oh, it's... Joyce's lungs deflate. Her words sound like a sigh. So difficult for us. It's possible to force dimensions on the pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it's still hard for humans to navigate the pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged. За това е толкова счупена онази шофьорката на камион, която срещнахме в центъра на града. The pale can damage the mind. Extensively. And how so? Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others that the pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading. That it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend over of the self. The pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by the past. Who says and who argues? The logical positivists say. The dialectical materialists argue. What does this over-radiation feel like? It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of pale exposure per year. But you're not a civilian passenger, are you? No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm an anthroponetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of pale transit annually. Да, ето и чувството ми за логика се сеща за нея. Но който се вижда категория нагоре от това, което вплита механики и наратив. Така е, така е. Колкото и да не ни се вярва, живеем всъщност в, може би, най-доброто време за гейминга изобщо. Има по нещо за всеки. И всеки жанр се бута в някаква посока напред, нали? Обикновено не е назад. Може би с някои малки изключения. Do lorry drivers pass the pale? Yes, carried in the hulls of airships, she nods. It is a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon. You should ask the Pale Driver about this. See what she says. Надявам се да ми се даде шанс. Are you over-radiated? Up to my gills, officer. What is anthroponetic? Anthroponetics, she corrects, is the scientific study of the pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of Grad. The study of pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Periconesians called it the Western Plain. Did they cross it? The Western Plain? There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigations of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years. What has anthroponetics changed, then? Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later. Aerostatic craft? Hybrid airships, detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out on the other end, if we throw them precisely. What if we don't? Then they don't. Oof! Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface. How much Pale is there compared to the world? The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping. Slipping how? To our detriment, or... What do you think, detective? She looks you in the eye. It's growing. There's more and more of the Pale. Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it's expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything, but this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists. Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. Това цялото е някаква алегория за екологична катастрофа, си мисля аз. I suggest you do the same. Хареса ми репликата обратно, която връщаме. Гълп. It doesn't look like you're doing the same. The suggestion was meant in earnest, detective. Live life. Let's return to reality, please. Jesus. Yes, sweet reality. She stomps her foot. But before we do, tell me, detective, is this the first time you hear this? Do you really not remember anything? I am getting a sense of who I am, but no, I didn't know this. Beyond curious, tell me, what do you think of the Pale? You were right. It's disco. Her eyes tense. Crow's feet radiate from them. She observes you, your bloodshot eyes and swollen face. You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, detective. If you don't know even this, then... I'll handle it. It's under control. I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague. Kето Калмари. I ran a check on him, and he's very competent. In the meanwhile, you have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time. Joyce gives you a slight bow. Good. The lieutenant returns. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now? You needn't have worried. But I did, anyway. О, милички, притеснява се за нас. Right, let's get to work. Good luck, detectives. Ни изпраща Джойс. И това беше един от най-тежките моменти на worldbuilding. Току-що ни се светна кружката за някои доста притеснителни неща относно този свят. Какво им беше казало съзнанието ми? Да погледна електрическата компания. Нали така? Да беше някъде насам. Йоп, ето тук. What? Какво беше това? Канализация. Ако тук има канализация, в която не сме слизали, и имаме бегалка, нали? Която търсим, има някаква лойка да се пробваме да слезем.
Hello again.
Не са я виждали. Feld Electrical. Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows, setting walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. Feld Electrical. How ironic. All these dark rooms. Could Ruby be in there? In there? She could, or... Kim points behind you. She could be in the identical ruin over there, or in the boat shack, in that church tower maybe. Why single out this building? 92% на Shivers, god damn. Кефиме по колко причини всъщност имаме толкова голям бонус тук. Намерили сме капана, видяли сме картината на екзекуцията, обадили сме се по телефона, направили сме нощния куп, намерили сме аномалията, Death Notification, това за втория труп, и сме намерили яките. Holy shit. Еми, чат 92%. Няма какво да стане. Even though you are sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is as silent as a tomb. What was I even attempting to do here? Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen did not, and now you're just standing there with your hands fallen to your side. He's trying to talk to the city, something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of ideas? Kim, she could be anywhere. How do we find her? How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. The lieutenant sighs, then gets a hold of himself. Okay. She is probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. He looks north. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas in our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography at least. And then there is the church. He looks at the bell tower. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village. And if that fails, if we don't find her, then, if we are desperate, we can look where we can't enter. The bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that. He looks behind him as the dark red box crumbling across the chasm. At the dark red box. What the fuck, имаме втори път да се заслушаме във вятъра? Какво се случва тук? Suddenly there is a sigh carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it. In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase, to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust of the stairs. On the stairs. And then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels. A whisper away. What is happening? She's down there. Kim, I think she's down there, below this building. Okay. Why? Извинявам се, телефона ми звъни. Бърва. Извинявам се, чат. Трябва да стана за мъничко. Пускам ви пак музичката от играта и ставам за 5-10 минутки максимум. Бърба. Така, докъде бяхме стигнали? Разисквахме The Failed Electrical Building. Да не говорим така за Oddworld. Няма да говорим така за Oddworld. Добре. Коя по-пластелинова? Neverhood, примерно. Така, как ще се оправдаем пред Кицураги, че мислим, че бегалката е в тази сграда? Ever since I woke up, maybe even before, I've been getting these strange, cold spells. Good, yes, cold spells. Kim looks incredulous. So basically, your hangover is telling you she's down there. Yes, I can literally talk to my hangover. That's how bad it's gotten. Right. How do we get in, though? The doors were on the collapsed side of the building. They are gone, basically. There's a ladder next to the sign. Perhaps we can climb them. Enter through the roof. Карамела. Привет. След малко ще видите. Опашка. Опашка. Котка. Уши. Котешко дупе. Yes, ето. Здравей, мати. Какво? Ще сядаш ли? Не на клавиатурата. Ела в мен, моля ти се. Хайде, няма да те гушкам през дупето. Хайде. Ела насам. Не на клавиатурата, не. Или сядаш тука, или отиваш някъде на легалцето си. Да. Така. Perhaps we can climb the ladder, enter through the roof. Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I am 43 years old and I plan to live to see 70. Изобщо не му стиска на Кицураги да се качи по очевидно ръждясалата и полущупена стола. Как мачка, абсолютно. И имаме левелче, нали? Да, така... Къде да налеем тази точица? Евентуално в Visual Calculus, което е доста полезно умение, що се отнася до сцени на престъпления и такива неща. Ами, виждате едно малко карамелено вързопче, че се намества в скута ми. И ще си остане там, може би до края на стрима. Команда Love. Напомни на Марти, хвани негов стрим и го ръчкай. Той ги прави тези неща. Той е отговорен за забавните команди и техническото изпълнение на този стрим. Това с което ние помагаме е да не му изпълняваме неговите заръки, да не си слагаме ботове, да не ползваме правилните настройки и така нататък. Добре, да пробваме. Колко пък може да е сложно да скачим по една стълба? A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing. Yeah, that doesn't look good at all. The distance between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is gonna be tough to reach. It's, what, 3 meters above the ground and you're 1 meter 80 centimeters? Не, 190, аз съм гигант. Okay, but still, the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is gonna be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder instead? What if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder? OMFG. What if I don't climb? What if I just teleport? The lieutenant stares at you, stone-faced. Teleportation is not a thing. Even if it isn't, no one told you. It's a thing for me. I can't remember it's not a thing. That is not how physics work, detective. And even if it were, wouldn't you need some kind of apparatus, a teleportation field, or... What are they talking about? The kid behind you whispers, asking his father. Teleportation, Mikhail. It's generally thought impossible. It won't hurt to try. Oh yes, it could hurt. A lot. 42%, това е все едно 100%. 42%. All you need to do is concentrate. The darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to do is... to do it. Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You hear yourself disappear, your atoms fading out of existence. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement. I did it, Kim! I teleported! I just saw you climb the ladder. The lieutenant shouts from below. You just climbed it like a regular person. The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly you hear... Never mind, find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring without backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding there. Се притеснявай, Ким. Телепортираш се до покрива, ще те телепортирам и теб по някакъв начин. Hello, Thorny. Здрасти, здрасти. How are you today? We're like neck deep in the investigation at this point. We have our suspect, all we have to do is find where she is, really. Така. Сградата е полуунищожена от артилериен огън някога в миналото. It's pretty cool. Добре. В руините на старата фабрика. The glass is covered with grime and dust. You can barely see out. Какво е това? Пощенска картичка. Моят любим източник на пари. Пощенските картички. Ей, може да използваме фенерчето, бе. Да виждаме повече неща. А впрочем, евентуално ще ни покаже и някакви пропуснати неща в тъмното. Today you have a question about Bulgarian? Ask away. Ask away. We'll try to help. Hopefully we can. This collapse nearly sealed the basement. One can barely squeeze by. Старовремска офисна мебелировка от края на миналия век. Обрасли в мъх мебели. Стари документи. Прашни стъклени панели, които обаче не са просто панели. Това са стари компютърни части. These are computer components. Yes, filament memories from the time when wires were casting glass, slides with an inlaid nervous system. How'd they do that, and why? The how was a closely guarded secret, something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know. The why is easy, because they hadn't come up with a modern silicon-based system yet. For vitreous cast filament memories, though, these seem incredibly advanced. Добре, енциклопедичното ни познание поне ни сипа още малко лор. И парички на всичкото отгоре. Плюс едно suggestion от тази дрежка. Но пък ние изобщо не сме инвестирали в Сайки, дървото. Даже suggestion ни е -2. Не мога. Това даваше suggestion? Да. Няма за кога да се опитвам да пробивам през suggestion, честно казвам. Котка, абсолютна. Малко космато вързопче. How many times or how much do you eat cheese in Bulgaria? I think it really varies from person to person. I think we're a relatively high cheese-eating nation, if that makes sense. But not absurdly high, I guess. Crevice in the wall. Добре, добре, че си бях екипирал фенерчето. Stale fabric smell and dust. No one slept here in months, maybe years. Но някой е използвал това помещение за преспиване. What kind of cheese? We do eat the that exact cheese, yeah. White Bulgarian cheese is what we call sirene. And I guess we eat that a decent amount. Like, at least once a week. For myself, at least. +1 to Mazovian socioeconomics. Wow. Нахупвам си ушанка и ми идват философски идеи. Величествено. This is an ушанка, right? Glory to the revolution, comrade. Whether you like it or not, wearing the hat has made you more communist. Не мога. Върни си старата шапка, тя поне ти дава бонуси, които са релевантни. You think you're gonna eat again? Yeah, you guys over there in Japan, you don't have that many cows, do you? So I guess cheese is not as prevalent? Or easily accessible? Някой е живял тук от революционерите на някогашния бунт. Това е портрет на Карамазов, нали? Could this have been the killer's hideout, and this narrow window the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary? Интересна мисъл. This does look like an embrasure, a slit made for shooting out of it. Но пък не е стреляно от тук. Интересно. Добре. The boardwalk. And super expensive here. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. О, бъфга, може да си играем на кой е там с кицураги. Who's there? What do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get this door open. Okay. The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side and put some strength into prying it open. With the help of your partner, the two metal panels slide open with a creak. Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that. How did you even get in here? After you climbed up to the roof, you mean? There is a maintenance entrance under the boardwalk. It's next to a drain pipe, possibly a storm drain. It was easy to miss before. Well, at least now we know a quick way in and out. Yes, we have an exit. So, let's get going. Time to investigate these passages. Добре. Тук има ли нещо, откъдето си дошъл? Така като гледам, не. Има ли нещо повече от това, което открих там? Сам има нещо. Реално не съм водил кицураги в тази стая. Има ли нещо да кажа по въпрос? Така. Explore the passages below. До тук добре. Даже и Кимчо вкарахме в изследването. Bootprints in the sand. One of the soles appears more worn than the other. Намерихме я. Май. Съборен тунел. It's getting louder, the buzzing sound. Наближаваме нещо. There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell. Lieutenant, do you feel something? No, what do you mean? Like a pain, a strange tingling. I don't feel it, but... Kim looks ahead beyond the arc. We should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they're fresh. I saw them too, footprints with the right sole, worn smooth. Looks like our suspect. If she is in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. What do you mean? He lowers his voice. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do. We'll set in motion events we have no control over. You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace and it will start breaking down uncontrollably. Okay. Тук в момента играта ми подсказва да направя, да си преценя внимателно следващите действия, защото пристигам до точката на необратимост ли? Защото аз така тълкувам нещата, които ми казва в момента. А вие обсъждате рецепти за сирене. Не мога. There will be no turning back. Дебел сейф. Кето Калмари is love. Абсолютно. Абсолютно. Тук няма нищо. Okay. Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull, a strange pain like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once, but her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it, that'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
Добре, продълват ни ушите, буквално, с сив шум. Yell through the static. You're under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
Аз умирам в момента. Защото нямам повече. Фак. Тук сам се вкарах в... Cop suffers final heart attack. Упс. Позагинахме малко. Добре. Прочитал ли си obituary-то? Да. Окей, втори опит.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it, that'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
Добре. Този път няма да послушам волишена си. Are you gonna kill me too?
No, I'm not gonna fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here.
Веднъж вече ме уби, само това ще ти кажа.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing is the Ulan frequency. Aha. Blasted from the pale emitter that Angus mentioned. I saw your equations, it's the Ulan frequency.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. Well, I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at. The pale latitude compressors used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in pale. People lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you might be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose. How did you get your hands on that thing?
I built it myself.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. We are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah, way beyond.
Have you experienced the compressor yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. Seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
Will I stay like this forever?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like walking out of a very confusing dream.
That's all great, but let's talk about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey. Интересно. Защо така? Please, could you turn that shit down so I can ask you something?
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Turn this.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The gun she's carrying is a two-barreled front-loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted long enough, maybe. How did you know we were coming? I heard you through the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. By hiding bullets under floorboards? So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised. She didn't rat you out, by the way, Isabel, the washerwoman. So nice, she smiles a little smile. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my bag. As opposed to the other knives she's finding now, hardy for one. Preparing for the worst? I was, before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now. That is her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit. Did you shoot Lely? No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. When I threatened to arrest her, Classier broke. She told me everything. Oh, she smiles sadly. Well, I guess I always knew she was a survivor, above all else. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? Titus told me. Took some convincing. Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. And those guys liked me. I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like... A dull despair is creeping into her voice. How the fuck do the rest of you get by? Ouch. Wait, wasn't it you who called me the human can opener? It's not personal. I opened them up. I did, didn't I? And now you've come for me. She scoffs, but fuck them all the same. I do it by asking questions, and I have some for you. Like what? Ruby adjusts her grip on the gun. I already told you I didn't do it. Would you say Lely was a likable person? I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. There's nothing more personal that you had against him? Perhaps his way with women? You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me. Damn. You and me both, lady. And definitely not a reason to off someone. Do you feel protective of the Union? Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wildpine sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here. No sympathy for mercs? It's hard work. Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do. Добре. Дали има алиби? Един бърз разпит ще проведем. Макар и въпреки факта, че сме в по-лошо положение в момента. Привет, Вики. They did say you left for a really long week. Сега не мога да си спомня коя от тези три... коя от тези три възможности всъщност беше по-реалистичната. Ще стрелям с най-тежкото. Half an hour missing. Обаче имаме някакво доказателство, най-вече това, че някой е минавал през старата пинбол зала. Play pinball much? Добре, отрича и това, че има връзка с нея. Така. Омафъга, това е моето оръжие. Най-вероятно. Nachtway 80 front loader. Jesus. Този разпит не отива, не върви на добре, честно казвам. Shit. Добре. Добре, поне си признава, че е била влюбена в класи. Не ме убивайте. Фак. Добре, това е ужасно. Сега трябва да се върнем в началото на разговора. SC36, това ли ми е най-скорощия? Да. Стига, бе. AAA заглавия. Виждаш ги постоянно, Рубар. Като излезе нещо ново, тогава. Друга седмица, нали, излиза това, бе? Ремастера на Warcraft. Евентуално него. Ах, пак сега трябва да прещакваме половината разговор. Фак!
I can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But
нямаме право на никакъв health damage в тая... този разпит.
No, I'm using a pale latitude compressor.
Така.
You saw my equations? The pale latitude
Така.
The upper limit is the large prime. I built it myself.
That's it.
Oh yeah, no. Once I yeah, let's not talk about that shit. If you've got something goddamn fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
Така. They just shoot Lily. Така. Classy was the first. Добре. Така. Play pinball much. Така. You have a gun. Привет, светкавица, благодаря за фолочето. За 80 лева си направил AAA. 120 щеше да е, ако беше AAA. Се служава всеки лев, според мен. Това продължавам да подозирам, че е моят пистолет, който има тя. Така. Добре, ето тук казвам второто. А сега де? Някой от двете лъже, най-вероятно. Въпросът е коя. Така. Отрича да е имало нещо общо с качване до покрива, откъдето да е стреляла. Дали цветята са нейни? Make her more desperate. Не знам дали това е добра идея, честно казвам. Не, няма да лъжа тук. Добре, да се опитаме да я натиснем, че е имала някакъв финансов стимул да убие наемник. Might be able to find this out later. Аха, ще се опитаме да намерим за коя престъпна организация работи. Имаме още адски много неща за разпитване. Who killed the merc if it wasn't you? How should I know? As I kept saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio. Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez. Police radio, you've been following the case. Who hasn't? Ruby shrugs. You know, I can still see him there, in Classier's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while. Okay, what happened Sunday night? Tell me your version. Това всъщност е доста важен въпрос. Каква е нейната версия за събитието неделя вечер? Ruby eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity. It's okay, we just want to... Katsuragi struggles to finish the sentence. Alright, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Classier comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves, so I grab a seat next to her. Wait, did she also seem high to you? Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before. Добре, интересно. Двама до момента потвърждават тезата, че Класия е била доста надрусана в този момент. Classier said you knew something was wrong immediately. No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck, she was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah. You made it look like she'd been hanged. He'd been hanged. Classier found it weird you came up with a plan so quickly. What? No. Faking the lynching was her idea. Wait, what? Her idea? Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. You can see it. Her lips, though still white, don't seem to tremble as much anymore. Това реших, че от играта му всъщност е моят любим съсед с бормашината. Чухте ли го? She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys. She lied to you about that too. That's bad that she'd be so calm. Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to admire her or to be disturbed. Do you think she killed Lely herself? As I keep telling you, cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing. But even if it's true, the lieutenant forces himself to finish the sentence. Weren't you worried this lynching might lead to... war? Ruby purses her lips. The thought crossed my mind, but the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way, although the way things are going... She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt. Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me. If you didn't kill him, why hide? I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent. So this is what she was scared to tell Titus. This cop. Какво има предвид под агент на La Puta Madre? She looks at you quizzically. Yeah, you. Everyone says you're his peone, his human can opener. Стига де, то това значи се софтлоквам в тая карамела. Сериозно ли? Това е тъпо. Come on. Сега трябва да се върна до града да си купа някакви неща ли? Излиза. Shit. Буквално съм софтлокнат в този разговор. О, то даже си ми пише, че това е point of no return. Добре, чакай малко. Може би е за добро това, че ме софтлокна по този начин играта. Добре, ще се върнем тук в последствие. Явно. Привет, Зами. Това пък какво е? Да. Документите на класи. A metal and plastic contraption bobs up and down amidst the trembling reeds. At first it looks like trash, but if you look closer... That over there, Kim points to the strange-looking object, must be the boy Clausia told us about. The one she hid her passport in. We should take a look. Така... Карамело, кажи здравей на всички. Мацо. Ох, душата. Обичаш ли погушката? Да, душка. Да, миличка. Examine the plastic ball. Така. Какво има в него? Today is Caramella Sun Service Day? Yes. A mirror quirk. Дали Ким има някакви идеи? You should ask the miss what she thinks later if you have the time. Добре. Прав ли съм, Клейнот, че това е point of no return в този канал, където слязох преди малко и се оказва, че съм soft-locknат, защото нямам достатъчно аптечки? То по принцип си го пише в quest log, че малко или много е повратна точка, но Ох, че съм глупав. Влади. Тотално забравих, че не съм говорил с нея. Че съм софтлокнат. Айде пак да не съм. Взимам 2 бройки задължителен демидж. Health damage, конкретно. Как пък да не е софтлок това? Ти пък какво си? Тоест, знам кое е това, не? Тук беше палатката. Не е точният термин, защото е напълно възможен outcome. Но е failure state. В смисъл, не е край на играта, е game over екран. Освен ако не приемем всеки възможен game over екран за всъщност изход от играта. В смисъл, локнат съм, докато не си намеря още аптечки, защото взимам 2 задължителен демидж там. Просто трябва да си купа аптечка. В смисъл, не е голям проблем. Ако не греша, мога да си купа такива неща от магазина, ако имам достатъчно пари. А мисля, че имам предостатъчно в момента. Все някое от нея бокучета ми дава хелт, нали? Не, че съм проверявал. Парите купуват здраве. Колко реалистично, нали? Но игра е реално доста кекав герой от към health damage. Имам 14 чарджа на морал и 1 чардж на health. Good stuff. Добре, първо супер бързо тичам към Whirling in Rags да говоря с Лена преди да си я заминала на някъде. Точно като Ирала, нали?
Hello, dear. It's good to see a familiar face.
Така. Дори и криптозоологката е започнала да се съмнява в истинността на нейната история. Много се надявам да го намеря този фазмид. Колкото е така. Да й направя кефа на милата бабка. Баси шумния съсед, нали? Я един бърз чек на някои неща. Мога да се обадя на Алис. The Doomed Hostel. Трябваше да говоря с Гард за това.
Hey, was there something you needed?
Така. Добре, поне го убедихме Гард да върне пинбол машините в хостела. И той е измислил името Whirling in Rags. Вау. Очарователно. You look surprised. What? It's a great name. I know. Cafeteria managers come up with great names too. It's from a song. A song? Hail, Holy Queen by the Athenians. Hail, Holy Queen of the Sea, he quotes. You're whirling in rags, you vast and you sad. Good pick, the lieutenant nods. Симпатично. Добре. Всъщност събрахме доста експириенс, така че добре, че се върнахме. Така. Ruby on the coast, where the shot came from. По принцип може да изследваме и още няколко локации. Land's End и Island for bullet traces. Добре. Фейсбук не е ли мъртъв напоследък? Нали се опитва да се себе съживи, привличайки геймърски хора към себе си? Така. Айде, време е за караоке. The air is thick with anticipation. Someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
I would often go there.
Damn.
To the tiny church there. the smallest church in San, though it once was larger. How the realm may rest there, down through the mist there, toward the Seven Sisters, toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there, in their tiny yard there. I have been so glad here, looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters.
None of it, man. None of it. Не е краят. Мелодично отклонение, да. Това беше най-алкохолизирания глас, който мога да си представя. The smallest church in Saint-Saëns. Though it once was larger. A lazy applause fills the room. You feel your hands shake as awareness of your body returns to you. Невероятно. Thank you, ancient reptilian brain. There is silence now in the deep where the voice came from. It has receded to return only in dreams and nightmares. Привет, Вал. Привет, Ани. Привет на всеки, на който не съм казал здрасти до момента. I want to dedicate this song to whoever wrote me that fucking letter. I still love you. Thank you very much, asshole. The microphone amplifies your voice in an uncomfortable manner. Someone coughs. Most people have gone back to talking now. Good, good. The cafeteria manager intervenes to cut the moment short. Are we ready? I want to unplug the microphone now. Last words. Whip out your finger pistols, shoot in the air, and leave. Велико. The smallest church in Saint-Denis. Така. Още една точица на енциклопедия. Quick save. Така, да се обадим на полицейското управление, за да сверим номера на бронята на загиналия. The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Betancourt-sur-le-Clef in 42. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Orangese pharmaceutical companies in the Semonine conflict. So it seems the armor went to Semonine. That's where the paper trail ends though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued. I'm guessing one of its names is Crenel. Yes, she seems glad you guessed it. This is the most recent name in the ICP has been able to connect to the CDP, and the one before it was Downwell. I also have one called Sediment, but I think that might have been a different contractor. No, they were called Sediments, and Sumato Sensor, it seems. All that during the last 9 years. A suit of armor like this would have been customized to fit the wearer. There must be a record of the person to whom it was issued. Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try to talk them into it, though. Yeah, please do try. It's imperative we learn who this armor was. Call back tomorrow. Стига, бе. Имаме ли толкова време? Е моя голям въпрос. Имаме ли толкова дни? Можем ли да си позволим да спим още една нощ? Нямам идея. Мога да сейвна и да видя какво ще стане. Yes. Buy a raincoat. Не ми трябва това. Добре. Да, очевидно лекарствата са на някакви смешни цени и просто е трябвало да си купа някакви.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
Добре. Shame is not the point. And yet it is the result, Vulture. Срамът не е идеята, но със сигурност е резултатът. Дори не знам защо се връщам тук, честно казвам. What the shit? И все още не знам как се качва тук горе. Още ли не сме на Кая? Никакъв шанс.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
С този така не сме пробвали това, впрочем. Добре, това имаше някакъв смисъл да го направя. Поне разбрахме малко повече за убития наемник. Доста дискомфортна историйка. Малко, може би беше за добро, че не я прочетох на глас. Беше доста изтрещял разказ това. Да, ако се чуете за какви точно отрепки е ставало въпрос. Каква порода отрепки с тези наемници, току-що получите отговор. Имам шанс да поговоря с шофьорката, която е минавала през бледното, така да го кажем, The Pale. Плей, спойлни ме само за това. Имам ли време, реално погледнато? Мога ли, примерно, да преспа още един ден и всичко да е окей? Имам ли, примерно, още един ден? Има ли значение това изобщо? Най-вече да не се налага да релоудвам. Това ми е идеята. Вижда си плейтурата от 4 до 10 дни. Ясно, ясно. Не сме го водили този разговор вече. Но ето тази част не сме. I think I know what's going on with you. What is that? She sticks a flitless cigarette into a cigarette holder and reaches for the light. You're a pail driver. You transport goods through the pail. Great. The lieutenant concedes with a headshake. He asks the Pines rep about the pail, and now he's talking to everyone about it. Fine then. Just try not to black out again. And don't contemplate. We don't have time for that. Oh, I'm contemplating, Kim. I'm drawing existential conclusions from this. Exactly what I didn't want you to do. Kim sighs and turns to the woman. Ma'am, my partner wanted to know if you work in pail transport. No offense, but your partner... She lights the cigarette. A white and silver cloud of smoke disappears into her mouth. Seems like a bit of an idiot, she breathes out. Republica? That's not very healthy. Neither is pail transportation, she shrugs. Life is transitory. I blacked out from sheer heartbreak and lost all memory of the world. Like Gabriel Buenguero in Seguro Mi Pareso, she nods and smiles, unkindly. You are the opposite of me then. I remember everything, even the things I never knew. The things you never knew. The smell of liquor on Gabrielle's lips after the shoot in the motor park. The roses on the day of Franco Negro's coronation, on the grand stairs of Rael. The smoke from the fowling piece where Dolores Ray was shot. The look on her face like an orgasm. The wound on her chest. My hand in my father's hand. She closes her eyes, her eyelids trembling. Except I never had a father, and I never shot her innocence Dolores Day. Over radiation? Heroic doses, Sherife. Heroic. Ain't that dangerous? Thought insertion, dithering, the Grad Katla Magistral? She savors the lungful. It is more than dangerous, it is sad. But at first I had to make a living. Now, when you've seen it all go away like that, rolling off into the sea, and then come back to this, she gestures at the square. The broken horse monument, the clanging of machines in the distance. What are we doing here? For thousands of years, Gabrielle, it doesn't have to be like this. We can just give up. We can just become vapor. What does it look like, the pale? Like looking into the ocean at night in the dark. And you cannot see it, but you know it is there, and it is big, bigger than anything, bigger than all the other things combined. What does it feel like? Nothing until it starts, then you're deep enough. Then for me, it's like autumn, dark gray and orange, the orange of streetlights and the color of trees in the electric light. It smells like autumn too. It smells terrible. Nostalgia, cooped up in the cabin, shaking. Terrible nostalgia. It's too much to bear. She loves it. How do you pass through it? In the belly of an airship behind steel windows, so you don't look straight into it. It's not advised to look into it. Not on the lorry then? No, the same one. A roller. They all are nowadays, special wheels for connecting to the floor of the hold. She points to the machines, clumped up like toys. Their wheels are small and round, multi-axle trailers. One last thing, you said we can just become vapor. Yes. No elaboration. I feel I already have what you have, in some way. They say there is a point, one I have not crossed, in the pale super deep. If you stray too far off course on the U-41A, or in Lomonosov's land, where every step you take is one step further from home, no matter the direction. It is a point you cannot come back from. Your mind becomes so radiant with the past, there is a flip. She flicks the ash from her cigarette. Instead of writing, it erases memory, nearing some kind of indescribable finale. Maybe you've been down the motorway south. She looks at her cigarette, it's almost out. She has swallowed it hungrily, then at you. The motorway south? It is a story of long hauls-men tell, long hauls-men, Sheriff, and not pale drivers, way beyond the established pale that's lit by radio frequencies, where it goes silent and dark, and the process begins, erasure, kilometer by kilometer, in any direction. The motorway south is a road you cannot come back from. What is at the end of motorway south? No one knows what is at the end. She takes the cigarette out of the cigarette holder and extinguishes it. I have only glimpsed the beginning. I've only felt it in the distance, when I was a child. She goes silent, her eyes close and her hands shake. A child rowing on the lake. Ma'am? Josiana. A sigh escapes her lips, then silence, as she stares within herself. There's nothing more to do now. She's far away. she's receding in the clutches of some indescribable scattered emotion, a child descending. You fried both your brains enough for today, detective. Kim inspects her, no response. Let's get some air, this one is far gone. He shakes his head silently as he turns to leave. Смея ли да изследвам тази мисъл? Motorway South. Съмнително. Съмнително. Реално колко следи, така да се каже, не сме изследвали? Тази за номера на бронята и тази. Всички останали са сравнително невзрачни или странични, не знам как да ги нарека. When you're ready. Union and cryptozoology business might end when you do. Пауза. Имаше пауза, да, но тя се отнасяше повече до Dead Stranding. Аз Dead Stranding ударих на пауза. Реално това беше играта, която пострада от почивката по празниците. Има един страхотен wallpaper, който не знам кой да ангажирам, може би Play, защото той ще го намери най-бързо. Има един страхотен wallpaper, който сглабя всичките абстракции от мислите в едно голямо цяло. Защото те са част от една картина, впрочем. Така че, ако много як психиделичен пейзаж. Вие говорите за Dead Stranding. Упс. Или пък... Hello? Please don't bug on me. No phasmid. Да, тази е. Обаче има по-голяма, има в Reddit, бяха сглобили, в събредита на играта, с по-висока резолюция. Много по-висока от тази. Точно тази е картинката, но има по-як нейн вариант из нета, ако искаш да го... Тоест не знам защо те ангажирам, честно казано, но е много яка, като я видите в пълния и блясък. Самата рисунка. Историята се навързва много яко, абсолютно да. Препоръчвам я на всеки и PlayNote многократно потвърди, че с това изиграване сме видяли около 1/4 от нея, така че не се очудвам изобщо, ако вашите изигравания не са коренно различни от моето. Просто защото си избирате да бъдете различен детектив. Made a print. Това ли беше, което бях видял? Само да го погледна. Да, това е реално погледнато. Мисля, че някой беше реквестнал 1440p вариант на тази рисунка и някой беше линкнал арта. Да, ето го. Ей, тази последната от Imager е всъщност цялата рисунка. Сега, ако си спомня къде бяха всичките капани, цена няма да имам. Имаше един тук горе. Или всъщност зад Feld Electrical Company. Добре, много конкретна мисъл беше. Но все още се бои, ако питаш мен. Много съм разсеян. Трябваше да говоря и с Класие, изобщо ще пада голямо търчане наляво надясно. Мисля, че последната беше горе в най-горния ъгъл на това островче. Ако си спомня как се отиваше оттам, мисля, че беше покрай църквата отстрани. Постройката има нещо светлощо. Това са всичките интерактивни обекти, реално погледнато. Тук се влиза под Feld Electrical Company, където ако съдя по quest лога, даже и тя играта ме предупреждава малко в прав текст, нали, this is the point of no return, така че ще вляза там, когато съм сигурен, че съм приключил с всичко останало. Малко не ми се преебава като последния път. Вие го изпуснахте, може би, част от вас, но влязох там малко неподготвен и играта си ме уби директно. Не, хайлайтваш всичко, когато натиснеш Tab. Всичко, с което можеш да интерактваш. Някъде тук имаше още един капан оставен. I swear to God. Къде си? Ето го бе. Дърб. Само теб не те кефи естетиката на играта. Да. Само теб не те кефи. Чакай бе, кой не съм проверил? Нали бяха 4 капана? The fuck? Smoke around the balcony. Huh? Nani? Determine where the shots came from. Find all armor pieces. Find the murder weapon. Find booze and drink it. I am confused. Видях ли ги всичките капани? The victim's tattoos, choices info on the lynching. What's the rest of the armor? Криптозоологист. Така, обаче би трябвало да имам и още квестове от криптозоолозите. Къде изчезна този квест? Inspect the traps. Return to Morel with... Не, тъпак. Добре, това не беше ли още един таск? Как така го няма? Confused. Due to current gen console optimization issues. Да, представете ли си каква е вселенска мъка да се опиташ да си подкараш Cyberpunk на базов PlayStation 4. Тук най-вероятно Land's End. Кое е Land's End, всъщност? Каквото и да е, не сме го видяли още. The Island for Bullet Traces. А пък какво значи изобщо? Пак ли си забрал някой таск? Ама... Нали говорихме с Лена последно и казахме, че пак ще проверим капаните. Или това беше просто за изпроводяк и всъщност не ти дава нов таск. Не знам защо реших, че ми дава таск. Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used the place as a nest for taking the shot? Така, я да видим. I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freighter. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there. He looks east over the coast, in the whirling in rags. Maybe the campfire was used by the perpetrator. To warm his hands before pulling the trigger? Perhaps, but anyone could have made this. The coast is specked with fires this time of the year. Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There is water vapor everywhere. I think we can rule it out. B double prime, was it? What if the assailant climbed the comms tower? It is not possible to climb that ladder, and even if it were, why? There's no platform up there to aim from. What about the cigarette butts? Those? A smoking assailant who favors Diomutiri to Astra or Drowin. Cigarette butts are everywhere. This is common brand for old men. Какви абсурдни неща можеш да чекнеш с енциклопедичното познание. Кой е седял да ги пише тези неща? Направо ми събира очите понякога. Буквално в момента извикваме енциклопедичните краища на нашето съзнание, за да си спомним какъв е произхода на конкретен вид цигари, чието фасове намираме около себе си в момента. Barely visible. Да, едва ли е стреляно от тук. Така или иначе знаем горе-долу на къде трябва да се насочим, но... това е Land's End. Окей, check Island for bullet traces. Island. Аз мисля, че нямам достъп до този Island, ако става въпрос за този. Най-вероятно за него става въпрос. Това изглежда като нещо още по-endgamesко, честно казано. Я да погледна, какво ми дава това? Motorway South. Disco, Elysium, List of Thoughts. Motorway South. Плюс 1, Inland Empire, всички int skills. Unlocked. Не, мерси. Това е някаква критика, която е сравнително основателна срещу Disco Elysium. Впрочем, че голяма част от Thought Cabinet нещата просто не си струват скил точката, която ще похарчиш за тях. Има някои, които са страхотни и които буквално са първото нещо, което трябва да вземеш, ако знаеш какво ще ти даде, което е, нали, малко мета-игрово. Но голяма част от мислите са крайно безмислени. Може би всъщност както са и нашите си мисли и тревоги. Крайно безмислени. Да релиснеш CDPR като едногодишен PC ексклузив. You memester. Никога няма да стане такова нещо. Ще я пусна за PS5? Не, ще я пуснат и за текущото поколение конзоли. Просто ще е шит, нали? Но ще я пуснат. Малко като да си пуснеш Witcher 3 на Switch-а. Върви и е Witcher, но изглежда като Witcher от 2010 примерно, вместо от 2015. С Witcher 3. Да, то е, нали, очарователно, че са успели да го подкарат и така нататък, но ако имаш възможност да го играеш където и да било другаде. Yeah. Добре. Плей, извинявай, че пак те ръчкам по този въпрос. Няма повече развитие на квеста с криптозоолозите. Така ли е? Тази лапичка, by the way. Привет, мани! Защо ли сега да е пусната конзола с 100 милиона души инстал база? Нали картач? И още... Реално двете конзоли взети заедно с 140 милиона човек. 100 милиона от PlayStation 4 и още даже около 150. Мисля, че над 45 милиона за Xbox One. На малкото екран, че изглежда супер Witcher-а. Дали? Аз съм чувал някакви смесени отзиви за това как изглежда, но... Не, вероятно е доста окей. Като за това, на което трябва да върви изобщо. So much cute. I know! There's like a little claw hanging on to me. Каква им беше питанката? Квеста с криптозоолозите приключил ли е, всъщност? С последния ми разговор с Джойс. В който и казвам, че нали, ще се обада, ако намеря нещо. Не го виждам в тасковете си вече. И понеже ми се стори, че, нали, че звучи като квест самия разговор, като таск някакъв, а не го виждам в списъка, се чуда малко какво стана. Имаме 30 минути докато може да се свържем с пича на балкона. Той излиза в 9 часа там. Мисля, че тотално не мислиш, че щяха ти направят впечатление. Може. Това също е квест, който нямам идея как би се развил. Какво ще ме беше предупредила играта, че не съм си говорил достатъчно с синдикатите. Не съм изкопчил достатъчно информация от тях. Аз нямам развитие на диалозите с тях. Как да изкопча още информация като... Реално аз му отказах да му отворя вратата на ония нещастник. И от тогава не сме си говорили повече. Трябва ли да му отворя онази врата на... шефчето, за която ми... А сега де? Затова ли не сме адванснали разговор с него? Questions. Вече се обърка кой разговор си имал с Джойс. Не с Джойс, с криптозоолозите. Точно преди да си тръгне, нали, жената в количката, в инвалидната количка, и казваш, че ще провериш капаните един последен път и ще й се обадиш, ако намериш нещо. Това просто, нали, като с Богом с нея ли го казваш, или това всъщност е задачка, защото нито я виждам в таск листа, нито се случва нещо, когато проверявам капаните. Намери ли? Clearly I haven't. В смисъл, къде да ги намеря? Нали в капаните? Проверихме всички капани и нямаше нищо там. What the fuck е криптозоолог? Играй играта, мани, и ще разбереш. Впрочем, играя наистина. Мисля, че ще ти хареса. Ти харесваш CRPG-та и такъв тип диалогово тежки игри. Мисля, че би ти допаднал. Или поне има шанс. инспектираш и после си махаш и говориш с Куно. Човек, тотално бъкаш. Ще го чекна в нет. Окей. Не знам дали има някакъв conclusion цялото нещо. Просто. Няма значение. Да, освен това, това е определението за криптозоолог, което...
Every worker, member of the board. How can I help you today?
Добре. Сори, малко аутитабвам, защото искам да си отговоря на въпроса. Disco Elysium. Lina. Cryptozoology. Така. Find the instant linear plasmid is one of a 4-part series of quests. Да, това е било Кая. Мисълта ми е, че когато вече и Морел си е тръгнал и нали, тя казва, че той се е разболял и че вече няма кой да проверява капаните, водиш един последен разговор с нея и казваш, че пак ще ги провериш, въпреки че Морел нали, не е в състояние да проверява капаните. И тя си тръгва от хотела. Това ли е края? И така като гледам, май това е края. Това ми беше мисълта. Добро утро, Хас. Кое сте изчезва, ако се е комплитнал? Не, изчезнал е. И при мен го няма. Няма го повече. The sexy robe look? This is like an old... В смисъл, това е една толкова стара и раздърпана жилетка, приятелю, че... Не става за нищо друго, освен за домашно ползване и за игра с карамела. Да, маци, за теб става въпрос. Сега големия въпрос е, трябва ли да изпълня този квест изобщо? The door. Защото играта ми напомни, че не съм стигнал до края на... Как да го кажа? На нишката, свързана с синдиката. И това е реално единственото нещо, което не съм направил. Да отворя вратата за Аврард. Добре, ако сейвна тук и проверя за какво става въпрос изобщо.
Mr. Dubois, every worker, member of the board. How can I help you today?
Hi, the one. Ciao, ciao. I'm reconsidering opening the door you asked me to open. Perhaps it will help me somehow. A fantastic change of heart, Harry. He rubs his nose. Go talk to Manana down by the gates. He'll brief you and give you the key. Just open one little door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come out and see the unlocked door. That's it. Anything else we should discuss? Много ме съмнява този типаж и се надявам да не съжалявам за... Ей, ама съм глупав, бе. И аз всъщност преди да взема този квест да направя hard save, а не quick save, защото след малко ще го overwrite на този quick save и ще се чуда какво да правя. Save a game. Така.
Mr. Dubois, every worker, member of the board.
Така. Opening the door. Надявам се, че Маняна още си е на мястото, защото се свечерява вече, а той изчезва от един момент нататък. Би трябвало още да е там. Така, отсам минаваме. Даже подозирам, в тази врата не сме влизали и най-вероятно за нея става въпрос. Ще говори с Маняна. Ще говоря с Маняна Мани, ако Маняна е там. Ако искаш да ще ти викаме на теб. Маняни. Ще слушаш, защото си с колата. Невнимателен шофьор такъв. Yes, тук е Маняната. Ела, Маняна.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you?
Overheard said you have a key to a door. A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? He runs his fingers through his mustache. I was hoping you could tell me. Of course, I got you. I don't know anything. He taps the side of his nose with a little wink. I got that key right here, and let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. I heard something about a weasel, and it didn't sound like a local polar weasel, if you know what I mean. Wink. Polar weasel, I know what you mean. I'm pretty sure he's Occidental though. So you're gonna be committing fratricide, my racist friend. What the fuck? What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling in rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business. Okay, but where did you get the key from? The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. His gaze wanders off into the distance. Good night, Tony. And good luck with the sirene. Crossing fingers for you. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's this for? Doesn't wait for you to answer. To feed our children, I guess. Anything else I should know about this task? This weasel person? When he'll be home? Mañana shakes his head. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am. Who you are. What we are fighting for. The man takes a big sip from his flask. He means he's not gonna tell you because he doesn't know. But he will shoot mouth with you. Now that you're working for Overheard. Даже съм можел да го разпитам за Харди. За момчетата на Харди. Я да видим какво знае. Така. Нищо особено. You seem to have the wrong idea here. The board of a major company is not council democracy. Quite a shitty board, I must say. Means someone's gotta reform it. I, for one, want to face the fat ones when decisions are made. Малко политическа риторика. Добре, поговорихме си с този боядейро. Големият въпрос е дали правим грешка, отваряйки вратата за Аврърт. Надявам се, че не. Но сега ще разберем. Какво беше? Трябва да вляза зад Whirling Rags, нали така? Трябва да направя пълната обиколка. Ей тук отзад. Любимият му 007 филм е Manana Never Dies. Със сигурност. Откъде се влизаше? Ето от тук май имаше заобиколно. Така, отсам. Покрай малките нещастници. Тук що се сети защо не ходиш на работа с колата. 2 минути те нямаше лан и вече си в задръстване. Така ли да го разбирам? Вижте това ушенце, впрочем. Самотно малко ушенце. The door has braved the elements for decades. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and so is the knocker, shaped like a lion's head. Какво чуваме от другата страна? Someone's moving around in the apartments. You hear the water being turned off and the sound of dishes clinking together. The tenant must be cleaning up. That means you're late. You're too late. I am? Oh. Huh. Малко не разбрах какъв беше проблем. Трябвало е да го направя преди той да се прибере. Добре, интересно. Така ли става, Ринаунд? Знам, че не е за всеки, но пък погледни от добрата страна. Ако не ти е било интересна самата сюжетна линия, самата приказка, поне съм те дарил с здравословен и разкрасяващ сън. Има полза дори от това. Сънят е здраве. Някой в началото на това разиграване ми беше казал да се опитам да я преведа цялата на български. Представяте ли си докъде щяхме да бъдем, ако се бях наел с тази задача? Може би щяхме да сме към края на първия ден. Може би. Доста съмнително. Стигна си пред блока току-що. Мани пък се е промъкнал. Пък и погледнете от най-добрата му страна, бе. Изиграх най-доброто инди на... особено от към RPG-та от последното, примерно, десетилетие, за да не ви се налага на вас.
Every worker, member of the board. How can I help you today?
Over it's about the weasel. You fucked up, you waited too long, the weasel came back, and now you can't open the door I asked you to open. The big man looks you straight in the eye. Overard forgives, Harry. A wide smile crosses his face. Don't cry, my boy. It's gonna be alright. I'm still gonna tell you about the murder. That's just the way I am. Benevolent. I thought I had more time. Now, let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. He pretends to roll up his sleeves. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good. I've heard about a connection between the lynching and the strike. I'd like to hear what you know about it. By now, I'm sure you figure out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys, Wild Pines, sent to scare us. Another violent measure on top hats against us flatcaps. I'm listening. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries. You mean our victim? Overt nods gravely. A security contractor, can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they sent hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire. He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun. Симултантен превод и игра на Pillars отнема 45 години. Never fucking mind, абсолютно. Изиграл си Pillars с сим... What картач, има ли запис на това? Кажи ми, че има. Pillars мислиш, че е в пъти повече? Не, надценяваш го. В смисъл, има много, но мисля, че въпреки това чистото количество текст в Disco Elysium е повече. Тъкмо 92 записа. Ще го видя след този стрим. Искам да го видя. Плюс това Disco Elysium има по-сложен английски спрямо Pillars. I'm talking beasts, hardened killers from proxy wars. You name it, they've done it. Карло! Ти огнеборецо, как се промъкна за 13-ти месец? Пореден, фатален, всъщност. Къде се губиш, бе? Не съм те виждал напоследък. Нито тук, нито на твое си стримче. Или просто не те засичам. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry? Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant. Hold on, you have a village elephant? No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical, and so is the village. But the mercs and their brutality are very real. Go on. Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see? If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. Overt laughs. They just move the container? Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with the big crane. It's actually very fun, you should try it. But enough about me and my fun container. Overt's face turns serious. The killers the company hired, I think they were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. He shakes his head. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out in trees. By negotiator you mean Joyce. Harry, Overt says, ignoring the lieutenant. What you need to realize is we dock workers are not pushovers. We go grit, Harry, the whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough when we push back, and when we do, he raises his finger, we push to kill. Рускините ти скъсяват животеца. Дай Боже всеки му такова скъсяване. 92 записа е равно на 92 стрима. Не съвсем, ама... горе-долу, да. По час на запис. Не е малко, да. Ей, дойде ли новия комп? Да. Утре идва. О! Чакаме в такъв случай стримче поне да отпразнуваш новия компютър. Ужас. Ма тя самата игра е много дълга, Ренаунт. Не е само заради превода. Аз даже съм впечатлен, че в рамките на 92 часа е събрал хем Pillars, хем превода, защото ако не греша, и аз имам толкова навъртяни в самия Pillars. Може би ти е качило дължината на изиграването с 20 на час, защото мисля, че с 70 на часа е горе-долу дължината на кампанията на Pillars. Ако става въпрос за първия Pillars, мамайче за него си ми говорил. Wait, the whole neighborhood is in on it. Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys all ready to spring into action for their home base. And who exactly did the pushing? There's a militant wing inside the Union, a group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly. That sounds a bit like organized crime. They're like new guys, avert nods to you and the lieutenant, idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow. Again, sounds like organized crime. So these idealists killed our victim. One day Titus Hardy, leader of the Peacekeeper faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. He chuckles. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation. Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this? Oh no, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. He chuckles. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them. So he doesn't want to counter with a narrative that exonerates the Union. But why? Fuck it, не. Влизаме директно в дебелия разговор. Няма да сейв скъмвам, въпреки че се изкушавам супер много. How do you know the mercenaries were hired by the shipping company? How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. He slams his fist on the desk. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over for the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates. So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor? You said it. Hell. The fist slams on the desk again. One of those guys looks big enough to take down the proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes. The name of the company is Crenell this time. It might have been Sediment before. Of course, you're always one step ahead of me, Harry. I'm no genius. I'm in this position because people like me. The remaining mercenaries are organizing a tribunal to take on the Hardys. Tribunal? He appears aghast. That sounds serious, Harry. We Union men should be shitting ourselves. He rubs his chin and smiles suddenly. I wish you hadn't told me that. I'm gonna lose sleep over this. Let's change the subject. He's clearly happy about the tribunal. You don't seem too worried about... Oh, Harry, what do I really think about the tribunal? You're trying to climb to second base with old Avert before you've even courted him properly. He wants you to do more things for him before. You mentioned a lawyer girl. Oh, Liz is a bright one, he grins broadly. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it will probably turn her all fancy, but hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal. Did you send her to spy on me disguised as a gardener? I did that, didn't I? He snickers. She thinks of herself as a guerrilla fighter. These middle-class kids and the books they read are crazy, Harry. I think she would rather be an insurgent than a lawyer. I hope it's a phase. Поне ме кефи колко е циничен към цялото ляво нещо. Tell me about Titus Hardy and his crew. Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members. Always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement, core members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really got kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Everett starts laughing. Gotta love the initiative. Interesting. Who's second in command? They are almost all great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinez and Revachol in mind. Work with them, hell, interview them, but don't fight them. They really are just like you, men who like beer, women, and some order in the streets. He's betting on them being useless to you. Everett, I met the Hardys. Can you ask them to cooperate with me? Този диалог явно е било предвидено да го водя доста по-рано в играта, впрочем. За съжаление не е достатъчно реактивна, за да отрази това, че говоря с него толкова късно, но не е голям проблем. Логически малко не се връзват нещата, но все пак разбираме за какво става въпрос. Дано не съм изпуснал някакви необратимо изпускаеми, ако има такава дума изобщо, задачки. But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk. Also, Harry, here's 5 real. Why are you giving this to me? I'm not giving you anything, I'm just holding out 5 real. I don't need it. I only wanted you to help me with the Hardy boys. Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, I'm just holding it out there. Everett pockets the bill, but I am willing to share information. Was there anything else? Ей, това е големия ми кос, впрочем. There was a bullet in the hanged man's head. So they shot him. He sounds pleasantly surprised. He was shot in the head before he was hanged. How odd. Everett shrugs. I don't know what to say, Lieutenant. They told me they hanged him. A hanged man is what I saw when I took a look into the courtyard. It's impossible to say if he's telling the truth, sire. What I do know is, the case is in safe hands. If anyone can get to the bottom of this shot and hanged man, it's my 2 little policemen. Godspeed, policeman. Добре. Good talk. Was it a good talk? He leans back, suddenly worried. I'm not sure we made much headway here. Нали кърмелч? I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. И Woody. Къде сте бе, господине? Не съм ви виждал отдавна. Благодаря за съпчето. Добре дошъл отново. Капа прайте за теб. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez, and of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. Great sadness comes over him. But it's like I can't completely trust you, yet. Yes, Harry, it's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left, he says, slowly shaking his head. I want to, but I just can't. Какво иска този от мен? Беше се покрил с мантия невидимка. Подействало е. Нито аз, нито Карамела сме те видяли. It's another corrupt scheme, isn't it? I'm neither left nor right. I do what my heart tells me to do. What does your heart tell you about your lost gun, Harry? Does it tell you to forget about it? Or do you think it wants to be found? He picks something from his teeth. I think it's lonely and cold. I think it wants to be found and have a proposal for you. And what would that entail? Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper. He pulls out an envelope, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta. Kim, what do you think of this? It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful. He studies Overt. As I said, it weighs on me heavily. Overt bows his head in shame, then looks up and smiles. But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing. He's saying as little as possible, as vaguely as he can. What are the signatures for? I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth center in Martinez. He grins broadly. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses on it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry. Do you mean the fishing village? Yes, the little cul-de-sac on the coast, where all the men have drowned in either the sea or the bottle. A gloomy place, doesn't have that Union attitude. What will happen to the current occupants? They're just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings, right next to a fancy new youth center, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie's. Are you 100% sure no one is gonna end up homeless? Am I? The big man shakes his head in disbelief. Harry, these people. Martinez is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything bad happen to them. We're gonna build a youth center there. The value of their properties goes up and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people, not pulling the rug from under them, Harry. I'm looking out for all of Martinez, not just the harbor. Fine, if I happen to be there, I can ask them. You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you, here. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I heard there was some trouble with the waterlock, but it should be fixed now. Once you have the signatures, mail this to La Rocca in La Delta, then we can talk about your gun. Така... Интересно. Все още не съм сигурен дали трябва да правя квестове за този нещастник. Ние да разгледаме това, което се предлага изобщо. Има ли някаква пробойна в цялото нещо? Да, знам, че не трябва, но той е единствения, който е споменавал оръжието ми до момента. В преценката на приоритети, това да намеря собственото си оръжие ми звучи като доста високо нещо. There is no loophole. forged signatures. Интересно. Добре, да видим какво се случва с мистериозният пушач на балкона, който би трябвало вече да си е вкъщи след 9 часа. Това е може би единственият човек в града, с който все още не съм говорил, кой знае колко. А пък ми беше помогнал, ако си спомням правилно. Той е причината изобщо да мога да вляза в жилищната сграда. Сливалата риза, яп. За него говоря. Така. Ще падна обикаляне, ама. Какво да правиш? I need money! Кой ще ни даде пари? Така, дългата обиколка. Само това е досадното, че трябва да правим такъв тигел. Кефме как се заболяваш с това калички. Това е начин да изкажеш каличката, нали? И аз съм го забелязал. A maroon glow of light pollution rises from the east. Я да ударя един quick save тук.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
The young man on the balcony gives you a bright smile before taking another drag from his cigarette. His slender figure is backlit by city lights, its distant streets and motorways flashing like diamonds. We got your hint. Found the key right under that stone.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
That's what I'm aiming for, yeah.
Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you, and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
By the way, I'm really digging the view here. That's why I chose this place. He looks away, his cigarette end glowing in the dark. Martinez is special, isn't it? Wait, suddenly you are digging things. The lieutenant whispers to you, shaking his head. Why would I want to meet your friend? Trust me, you do. Very well, I'll talk to him, but first I want to talk to you. I've many questions. That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me. He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark, and the neighboring windows have lit up one by one. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush. Мати, друго коте, в играта обаче. Yes. О, душата. Това ти е последната дрянка преди голямото тичане вечерно. Знам аз. Знам те всичките номера. Винаги можеш да кажеш на гласулите да го духат. По принцип, аз съм изключително против това да давам демократичен глас на това какво да играя аз. Признам си го без бой. И изобщо не ме кефи да давам на някой друг избора относно това, кое да играя. Но това си е мой бъг. Всеки има правото да си реши. Хайде гласувайте му след това. Все едно ще разпънем па на кръст, че ти си играе нещо друго. Или че каквато там причина имаш. Изобщо не го мисли толкова. Besides, I've gotta run. Something tells you you're never gonna talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again. But I just found you again. Just look at it. He gestures towards the distant motorways, all leading to Golden La Delta. It's a beautiful night. Who's gonna stay in on a night like this? Only if you promise that we'll talk again. It's important. Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words. We'll talk, the smoker assures you, brushing his hand through his hair. Just not tonight. Take care, alright? He says with another disarming smile before slipping off into the night. And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him. There's something so different about him that I just can't put my finger on. Different, of course. There's just something so mysterious about the way he talks and moves. Something so mysterious about the way he talks. The lieutenant squints his eyes, trying to hold back laughter. Very mysterious. Very. He's barely holding it together. It's all he can do to keep from bursting out in laughter. Come on, detective. We have got a potential witness to interview. His Sunday friend, remember? Това беше доста капа прайд момент. Не знам дали го усетих. Дали играта е добра стрим? Абсолютно си прав, Картач. Аз примерно те уверявам, че на твоята анкета, какво да играя през 2020 от пропуснатите класики, гласувах за двете JRPG-та, без изобщо да оценя някакви такива фактори. Ще се дразнеш и няма да върви стрима. Окей, от тази гледна точка, може би... Не, глупости. Калички, прави каквото ти е на сърце, деба. Това ще ти кажа. Submarine Conical Hat. Плюс едно Logic, минус едно Suggestion. Сериозно ли има такава шапка? ОМФГ. Не, искам си усещането за детектив. An exquisite canopy bed made of metal. Party Dragon's Silk Robe. Плюс едно драма, плюс едно electrochemistry. Expensive men's perfume lingers in the air. О да, о да. Ето това е аутфита, просто. Така. О, не мога. Рау! Къде са ми панталоните? Е въпрос, който се питам от време на време. Минус едно Savoir Faire. Кой беше Savoir Faire? А, да, това за помъкването. Чак сега виждаш заглавието. Кажи честно. То беше посветено на теб. Дявол да го вземе. Да кача ли точки на нещо? Тоест, разбира се, че ще кача точки на нещо. Въпросът е на какво? Айде на риторика и на драма. Или пък на енциклопедичното познание. Има логика да качвам енциклопедичното, впрочем. Така. Забравя да сменя шапката. Толкова смия акъла. Хората те ползват за радио свободна арксопа. Абсолютно да.
Officers of the Reversal Citizens Militia.
The man in business casual removes his cufflinks. His hands are too clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances. My man!
My name is Charles Villedron. I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stability on assignment from Sir Leclerc.
What?
I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I'm here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
He seems like a cultured gentleman. You should ask him about the finer things. Before we get to that, tell me where you got this beautiful silk robe from.
Oh, we got it from an atelier in the East Delta Commerce Center. Personally, I think it's a little culturally insensitive, but the material is great. Sadly, the shop is now out of business.
Aw, привет, Пиксел. Добре съм, приятелю. Ти как си?
That's really all I can tell you about it.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods you to proceed. You actually witnessed the lynching. I am sorry I did, officer. The man gives a solemn nod. He didn't see the hanging. He saw the little show staged by the Hardys. Let him talk. He may know more than even he knows. Is it because you did it? Because I did it? The man scoffs. He's clearly not a man accustomed to being spoken to in that manner, let alone to being accused of murder. My apologies, I misspoke. I mean, what did you see? Бива ли игришката? Много е интересна, човек. Ако имаш търпение за дълбоки сюжети и не ти пречи четенето на много текст на английски език, играта предлага страшно много стойност. В какъв смисъл, Вълчо? Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play. He holds out his hands and blossoms his fingers like a drama teacher setting the scene. The lieutenant is already scribbling down notes. What do you mean, like in a play? It was just so strange, I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like the body, and then I saw all surrounding windows go dead one by one. That is when I understood I should not be seeing this. The lieutenant nods to you. That lines up with the previous testimony, doesn't it? Well done, detective. Thank you, sir. I think we got the picture. Anything else stand out? Добре дошъл вкъщи, Мани. Както вкъщи, така и вкъщи на стрима. Щото си вкъщи. Поне според нас. Only that there were about 8 or 10. I couldn't make out anything. It was so dark that it was quiet, he says, smoothing out his hair. Quietest lynching I have ever heard of, let alone heard. But I suspect you knew that already. I can't say I'm surprised. The fine reputation of men and women serving in the RCM is well deserved. What's an official like you doing in Martinez? The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. He raises an index finger. Inflation is killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight. Okay, but what are you doing here in this apartment? Ah, well, I am renovating it. It was an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. He smiles. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here. Добре, ще го разпитам набързо, да видим дали знае нещо интересно в тази линия на размишления. Така... International community. Така. Този буквално е представител на валутния борд в света на тази игра, впрочем. Така, малко да разберем за Moral Intern. Така. И разбира се, провеждаме един къс философски разговор на тема моралист като гледище за света и живота. Защото разбира се, във всеки един кежуал разговор в тази игра има поне една дебела снежна топка от философия, запратена по средата. Tell me more about Sir Leclerc. Така. Сър Леклев е буквално Брюксел в света на тази игра. Кефи ме как си намираш реално съществуващите еквиваленти на дадени държави и ареали от истинския свят, пречупени през призмата на Диско Elysium. Има много яки моменти. Това е доста spicy. What if I told you there's a fugitive from the moral intern in the Martinez? The man who was lynched outside of your window was from Oranje. Oh, that is unusual. The Oranjes are not the kind of people you associate with heinous crimes. It's such an upstanding and responsible country. That is not how I would describe this guy. Well, certainly one cannot rely simply on generalizations. That would go against our commitment to individual freedoms. And of course, any loss of life is a tragedy. The man seems to observe a moment of silence. So tell me, what have you learned about the victim? His name was Lely, and he was 42 years old. Ah, what a shame. A man cut down in his prime earning years. Except Lely wasn't his real name, it was a nom de guerre. Ah, he was a soldier. A mercenary? Ah, condottiere. The man says as though describing a character from a fantasy novel. Yes, it's hard to believe they still exist. He liked to get high and brag about war crimes he'd committed. Да, пицабокс скока беше велик. Велик. Extremely distasteful behavior. I cannot condone either drug use or needless boasting. Suffice it to say, this is not how we do things in Sur Clef. He was a motherfucker and a killer. Officer, you shouldn't speak ill of the dead. It's okay, he told me so. So you spoke with the victim before he died? No, this was after he died. The man gives the lieutenant a nervous look. The lieutenant raises his eyebrows as though he'd stopped paying attention. He was a poor kid before the Orionese government put him in military academy. The man nods. It is the responsibility of any good welfare state to take care of its most unfortunate citizens. They also turned him into a psychopathic killing machine. They gave him a successful career. The man holds up a finger as though he made a brilliant point. After he was discharged from the military, he joined a mercenary outfit named Cronell. That is extremely unfortunate, yes. It is regrettable that this practice has a history in certain Occidental nations, even highly advanced members of EPIS. But rest assured, the Orionese government has committed to producing a timetable that would lay out a path to transition to a professional army. Soon there will be no need for mercenaries like this poor man. What kind of a timetable are we talking about here? Oh, it's hard to put an exact date on it. I believe the proposal for this timetable is due to be completed around 60 or 61. That's like a decade from now. The man nods. See, that is the kind of progress that can be made when the moral intern makes possible. Това тотално не е бавка с Европейския съюз, ама изобщо даже. Привета, Багс. Някаква нова жертва. Абе, уж го поразпитаме кълбото, ама това май го разправям от няколко дни насам. Иначе биваме. Ти как си, Багс? As a merc, he killed a lot of people on the Seminine Islands for the sake of the Orionese pharmaceutical industry. The man shakes his head solemnly. A great shame, yes. Colonialism is a dark spectre in Orania's past. Who's talking about past? It's still going on. Which is why the work of the moral intern is so critical. It is our great bulwark against another century of bloodshed. Right, that's all. That's who he was. Can you tell me about your friend? Го поразпитаме за този. Кедра се казва. Или пък? О, от Кедра. Кедра е държава. Окей. Абсолютно това с епис е бавка с Европейския съюз, by the way. А Moral Intern е Европейската комисия. Велико. Не. Time in evaluation. Двойно по-сладко да го четеш това като човек от България. И какво правиш в апартамента му тогава? Преди изобщо да отворя въпроса за класие, ще сейвна. Не искам да рискувам. Добре, имаме шанса да говорим с него поне още веднъж, докато сме все още в този апартамент. Ако си тръгнем обаче, и той си тръгва. What if I told you there's a fugitive from the moral intern in Martinez? Hypothetically speaking. A fugitive? Well, I would say this is very bad indeed, not super. What sort of fugitive are we talking about here? Pretty serious, like corporate espionage type stuff. Така се наяде. Краличка, за да го кажеш това. Какво изяде? 5 солети и чашка кола ли? That is extremely serious. Corporate espionage may technically be legal in Revachol, but elsewhere it's a very high-level offense. It violates a number of international agreements, in particular the First Lashat Accord. This fugitive must be turned over to the ICP immediately. Have you apprehended them already? A moment, if you do not mind, sir. You do realize what you are doing, don't you? Kim whispers to you, sotto voce. Само искам да видя на къде върви това. Yeah, I'm turning over a dangerous fugitive. The lieutenant looks you straight in the eye, trying to gauge your seriousness. I won't tell you how to do your job, but remember, this is an RCM matter. Make sure you weigh your next words carefully. Вау! Можеш тотално да я издадеш. Holy shit! Дори ми е интересно на кой може да го лепнем, е така. Wow! Which of your enemies would you like to make trouble for? Може да кажеш, че е Everard? Гард? The lorry driver? И тези панкарчетата в църквата. Вау! Ко става, ако кажеш Everard? The only thing Everett is a fugitive from is the exercise machine. Wow. Holy shit. Я да видя. А какво става, ако издадеш класие на този?
Was there anything else?
Така. 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 Така, така, така. Вау. Тотално може да прецакаш класи, без дори да я закопчаваш, е така. Впечатлен съм. Искрено съм впечатлен. Добре. Мисля, че това е всичко, за което искам да си говоря с това.
Was there anything else?
Сега големия въпрос е дали мога да стигна до... Гювече, едно цяло гювече. Леле, краличка. Ще се пръснеш, как си го побрала? Наядеността е временна. И не само това, мани. Според мен дори усещането за преяждане е просто състояние на духа. Ти всъщност можеш да поемеш много повече, отколкото предполагаш. Въпросът е да преодолееш нагласата, че си преял. Нека си да пречупиш самото мислене за количеството храна, което си погълна. Ще се очудите на какви геройства е способно тялото ви, ако потиснете мисълта за преяждането. Кое е трудното да се изяде на едно гювече? Абсолютно нищо. Вече ако си говорим за 5 гюведжета, тогава е нещо. Достойно за уважение. Това лекция ли е, Влади? Не, това е моят духовен урок за вас, чат. Използвайте го неразумно. Да, това с фазмидите малко ме учуди, този квест, начина по който завърши най-малкото. Както и да е. Тумбака е яма без дъно. Абсолютно е така, Карло. Преяждането е нагласа. Нагласа. Само как се казваше това?
Tequila Sunset.
О, вау. Could you and your pals sign this document? What's it about? I'll let my hand address the situation. Maybe you heard, I used to be a very successful businessman. I signed more than a few lease forms or whatever the fuck they were. He looks around. Anyone's got a pen? The pro's gonna do it. Я да му дадем. Ние си имаме. Химикалче. Alright, he grabs the pen and paper and carefully scribbles on the dotted line. Next to Lillian's signature? Wow. Чакайте, че Карамела иска да излезе бърба. Релоудвам не за друго, защото малко ме притеснява това, че по грешка беше написало, че Лилия не подписала документа. Тя да питам само бабетката какво мисли по въпроса.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with? Я да видя. Тя какво мисли?
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards.
Simmer down, bastards.
Да. Добре. Разбрах горе-долу на къде духа вятъра. Вау. Прощайте, просто се зачето в възможните изходи от една ситуация. Малко спойлери, но все пак. Не знам кога ще ми се даде шанс да я преигравам отново, така че ми беше интересно кой е оптималният изход от тази ситуация. Така. Добре. Взехме неправилните подписи. Да видим какъв ще е резултата от това. Мейлбокс, къде беше? Беше ли покрай плажната ивица? Някъде тук, до книжарницата. Ето я. Добре, да видим дали изобщо Everett е в офиса си след 10:30 вечерта. Малко ме съмнява, ама не пречи да пробваме. В най-лошия случай просто ще оставя да преспят до следващата сутрин. Би трябвало да няма някакъв тежък failure state. Или пък той да е по-нататък в дните. Уж плейнота каза, че няма значение дали ще го изиграеш за 4 или за 10 дни. Да видим дали е прав. Двуцевна сламка. Аз си я виж пилотаж, Карл. Подариш и на мен една такава следващия път, като се видим. Може ли за повече от 10 дни? Нямам идея. Просто Плей спомена, че е виждал изигравания за 4, от 4 до 10, нали, като варианти. Може и да има някакъв failure state, ако се забавиш прекалено много. Тоест да има някакъв лош край, свързан с това, че се туткаш. Не си стигал нагоре, но не си проверявал. Окей. Не, няма го, да. Фак. Ами, какво да правим тогава? Sleep it off, може би. Жалко, че сега трябва да бия път пак до другия край на вселената, е така. Ако искам да спа на крайбрежната ивица. Или по-точно на полуостровчето, не на крайбрежната. Се трябва да е. Пак е гига далеч. Well. Мисля, че намерих в крайна сметка началото на края, т.е. това, което е под случващото се в канализацията под старата електрическа компания, всъщност е началото на ендгейма и завършъка на тази игра. Ако тълкувам квест лога правилно, разбира се. Мисълта ми е и надеждата ми е да съм изчерпал максимално сюжета преди това. Но мисля, че не са ми останали прекалено много неща, даже изобщо. Почти всичко, което можех да изтискам от това плейтру, изтисках. Мога да пробвам да говоря с Джойс преди да си легна. Евентуално с нея да си побъбря относно случилото се с Everett. Ако трябва да съм честен, от двамата от мастити шефа, така да се каже, на двете фракции, Джойс ми е далеч по-симпатичната. Ама далеч по-симпатичната.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Така... Не, няма безкрайно нова информация.
The waves are beginning to die down.
А впрочем е първият път, в който давам на героя си да си легне толкова рано. В 11 часа, даже няма 11. Колко съм прилежен. Айде, лека нощ, Ким. Даже сега ми хрумна. Как мъча човека. Плътно до 2 часа през нощта. Ако не бях изчерпал всички квестове, нямаше да му позволя такъв лукс.
The waves are beginning to die down.
3% шанс за това да дейтвам Лилиан. Да го мъча ли това? Не знам какво да ви кажа, това е естествената ми харизма, която някакси се е предала през играта. Окей. You think she really needs more of that after her man died at sea? But what do I do then? What if I told you it's actually possible to go on a date sober? You can go on a date sober? Това не ми се вярва много. What you're suggesting is highly experimental, possibly dangerous. Before recorded history, men and women were able to do simple, very primitive things sober. Acknowledge the situation and keep it basic. I'm a drunk. Don't know if you've noticed, so I usually ask people to drink with me. I have, and I don't really. She hesitates. Now, go for it! Ми казва моя reaction speed. You just want to go for a walk. What kind of a monster doesn't want to go for a walk? Walks are innocent. This time, though... Imitate drumroll. I thought I'd ask you for a walk. Just a walk? She feigns extreme surprise. I don't know, officer. I would not have taken you for an innocent perambulator. Баси думата. Сигурна ли си, че си просто рибарка с този речник? Не, че, нали... I am. That's why you should definitely agree. She's thinking, eyes mapping your rugged features. Where would this walk take us, officer? Nothing creepy, strange or out there. Keep it airy and simple. There's a nice view on the beach I found. Land's End. Писнати от интелигентни професии. Мога да го разбера. Да, всъщност. Да кажем, че това е хипотезата за момент. All right, I will walk with you. She raises her finger, but you need to understand that nothing is going to happen. We are just walking. Just a good old-fashioned walk. I like it. Me too, she replies with sudden sincerity. It's been ages when I just had normal conversation with one of you guys. She means men. Ми казва моето усещане за риторика. Лол. Alright, I'll go put the kids to bed, and we'll meet at Land's End in 15 minutes. She doesn't wait for an answer. You better get ready. Надявам се, че играта разбира, че аз нямам начин да адванс на времето. Ръчно. Hello? Така? Хей, бабче, отивам на среща с Лилиен. Няма го като реплика. Бу! За всичко бяхте помислили, освен за това. Освен ако не е като адвокатката от съпротивата. Малката злобна комунистка ли? Беше голям хит тя, да. А защо не като прокурорката от Ace Attorney? Другата ти любимка. That was not 15 minutes. Времето не се е придвижило нито на милиметър. The woman gazes steadily at the waves. A sudden gust picks up her dark hair and lets it fall again, tousled, wild. She brushes a few stray locks from her eyes and only then spots you approaching. Точно унази, с къмшика. Не се сещаш за коя става въпрос. Някой друг път тогава.
Aye, so here you are. It's late and the sun is going down. It'll be dark soon.
If we stay here long enough, we'll be joined by a cortege of drunks and teenagers. Даже доста отдавна трябва да е залязло. Ама как ти да е?
You're not the first guy to bring a girl to Land's End. This is what locals call a make-out spot. That is not going to happen here today. I just want to make that clear, Dimples.
You seem surprised that I made it. She chuckles. Drinking men aren't known for keeping their appointments. I'm just trying to be a responsible grown-up. Всъщност и това не е лоша реплика. I'm actually quite good at scheduling. Aye, so an officer should be. All that running around must need a lot of structuring. She lets out a little laugh as she turns to face the setting sun reflected in the waves. Скрива системата за информация за шансове, зарове и всичко. По принцип да. Реално това на чисто подсъзнателно ниво те кара да геймваш цялата система, според мен. Знаейки, че има нещо там, което можеш да промениш като фактор с прост сейв скъм. Би било яко да се добави като New Game Plus или алтернативен режим. Извинявам се, звънна се на вратата. Хайде, камера. Благодаря ти. Предпочиташ по-малко мета-информация? Да, разбира се. Her laughter is throaty and warm. It rhymes with the waves and the cries of the gulls. As she turns back to the sea, the weather begins to clear under her steady gaze. Here it comes, she says. Wait, did you just do that? Me? No. She laughs. Just grew up on the sea, know which way the wind's blowing and all. Knew the weather'd clear up once we got here, otherwise it would have been a less pleasant stroll, nay? You know, a past incarnation of myself called himself Tequila Sunset. I wonder why that is. She narrows her eyes. It's a common Revacholian expression. Means drinking yourself to death. There's a little pause. So, are you going to keep that name? I think I'm good with Harrier Dubois these days. Well then, Officer Dubois, she nods to you, then turns towards the sunlit sea. The remains of the dying sun are reflected in the waves. В 23:14. Тука малко... Пропускаме го, този фактор. Is reflected in the waves and the skyscrapers rising across the bay. Your mind clears for a moment as your senses take it all in. Not just glass skyscrapers, fragile looking in the shimmering air, River Esperance flowing into the bay. Isn't it strange, she breaks the silence abruptly, for this all-powerful thing, the sun, to be so generous towards us. You know, the best time to go out fishing is usually towards sunset, when the water is warmer. The sun also falls on the Capeside tenements and war-torn ruins. An old sea fortress juts out, seemingly impervious to the sheen cast over everything else, shaking you out of your reverie. The sun isn't always that great. Think of people living in the desert. Merci, логика. Гениална мисъл просто. Yeah. Is that why you named your boat the Sun? Oh, that was a bit of a pride and a bit of superstition. And a bit of conceptual unity. Being yellow and all. I'm not sure desert people are happy with too much sunlight. No, you're just nitpicking, she smiles, but I concede. Maybe desert people sometimes disagree. Let's just enjoy the view. There's salt in the air and the cries of the gulls and the skuas, the grit of sand and the green glint of broken bottles. But still your gaze always returns to the streaks of light, wherever they may be reflected, their fading opulence. It's bringing us spring, summer, it's the entirety on our side, no matter what we do or who we are. For absolutely no reason. It's unlike no other powerful being, certainly no powerful organization or government. How can that be? Well, something's gotta be on our side. She nods. I guess we wouldn't really be here if that thing wasn't our dream. On our team, duh. Say something about the sun. 97% шанс. Това няма да ми е първи път, в който ще спомена 97% шанс. Но няма никакъв шанс това да пееме. Ще ви се не знае. Искахте да фейлне, нали? Скил чековете са окей, казва Play. В игра, която може да промениш скиловете си, ще е много ambiguous. Да. Според структурата на тази игра е, нали, невъзможно да говорим за качествен геймплей без видими скил чекове. Най-вероятно. Но може би не е оптималният начин да се прави наративна игра. Не казвам, че имам перфектния начин на ум, но със сигурност има и други варианти. Има алтернативата да работи на базата на point-buy система, въпреки че тя ще е много геймистка и много solvable, му викат това в гейм дизайна. Но пък е по-честна и не се чувстваш като идиот, като ролне. По идиотски начин. Shines on ass. What? Two different approaches to cap this off with style. Това са ми двата варианта. Yeah, a massive thermonuclear reaction 5 billion years old. The sun is a god. Aye, she nods, and a benevolent one. When did you last have one of those on your side? A benevolent god? Never, I suppose. Well, now you have this giant thing to watch over you, so to hell with cruel gods. She smiles. You know? The wind's gonna pick up soon and I have to go, but... She takes her sword out of the scabbard. Да, впрочем, тя има меч, защото има меч. The blade shines in the gathering dark. Then she hands it to you. Have this. The sun's good, but it doesn't stick things. I've no use for it anymore. You sure you don't need it? Беше казала, че е за самозащита, в общи линии. No, the men around here are too drunk to pose a threat to me. Think we can do it again sometime? She smiles sadly. Doubt it, but thank you for the company. Thanks for taking the walk with me. Farewell. She nods to you and turns to go. My dating life in a nutshell. As she walks off, the wind picks up, and the light from the sun seems to fade. The crumbling silhouette of failed electrical R&D towers in the distance, beckoning. Date unsuccessful. Не мисля, че това има добър outcome. В смисъл, няма... Как да го кажа? Cheesy outcome. И всъщност е просто срещата на двама очукани от живота възрастни хора. Equip this to impress yourself. Окей. Даже, айде, дясната ръка. Сериозно ли обикалям с меч в ръка от тук нататък? Велико. Standard Saber. Доста повече, отколкото трябва в такава игра. Това по принцип е и мое изкривяване. Идеята, поне в голямата си част, е да си вървиш с неуспехите напред. И, честно казано, пък не релодвам абсолютно всеки чек. Релодвам тези, които ми се струват по-забавни или по-значителни от към успех. Но има някои, които фейлнах и си останах с фейла. Би обикалял и с моб. по-богата. Може би. Трудно ми е да преценя, наистина, като... Не сме го изпробвали без невидими чекове. Hey, Bay.
I see you haven't left our little Martinez yet. Still running around like some kind of cross-country law official.
This place is kind of growing on me, you know. Aye, but don't let it grow too much. This is not the place to settle down. Now, what's on your mind? Добре. Всичко останало съм я питал, рано погледнато. Така. Нямаме активни квестове. Тук ще направя ръчен сейв. Искам да видя ден 5 какво ще ми предложи.
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chafes. Then, tightening around you, it digs into your brain.
Great. This is gonna be really chill.
How have things been going for you out there? Helped anyone lately? Saved anyone lately? Murdered anyone lately? Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people and then forgets about it.
Shut up. I want to sleep.
Hear that? Iceman wants to sleep. He doesn't care about killing people. That's nothing to him. Black water. Under the bridge. The thing he's really scared of. Is much, much worse than that.
What is it?
Don't tell him, sister. It's too bad.
Why are you doing this? I just want to sleep. I can almost see the dark.
We're trying to help you. All these processes, these tortures, voices and tremors are all just distractions, flares and countermeasures to keep you from the last dream, the worst of them all.
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant. You will be naked and alone.
And the air will smell of apricots.
Of hell. An ancient sadness, brother. 10,000 years later. In front of the video rental. There is a warm breath on your face again. Everything is okay again.
Everything is so okay.
Doesn't sound like it'll be okay.
Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense the light of the room around you. You're back. In 2 seconds, the alarm will ring.
Всяко те може да е есе на тема колко е ужасна алармата сутрин. Защо спя на стола всеки божи път, нали? Това е леглото. What is wrong with you, man? И аз съм екстра Юрка. Напредваме с супер интересна игра и съм искрено впечатлен от всичко, което се случва в нея, така че... Fuck yeah за индитата. Добре, че съществуват. Добро утро, Кето Калмари. Как прилежно ме чака пред вратата обаче. Who's a good puppy? Не може да ги хванеш. Много е такава, пипкава е за следене. Трябва едва ли не да си залепен за монитора заедно с мен през целия стрим, за да ти се навържат нещата. Абсолютно не те обвинявам и никой друг, нали, на който не му се е вързала играта и, нали, малко се чуди няма ли да свършва вече. Ако от време на време хванеш някоя интересна сюжетна нишка или интересен разговор в играта, ще се чувствам предоволен. Евентуално, ако съм успял да запаля някакъв интерес към нея, от който и да било. Някой мисли да изиграе, впрочем, виждайки моето плейтру. Или изобщо узнавайки за играта. Нещо се е променило тук. Къде е другия дядо?
Officer, care to play a game with a lonely old man?
Да не е починал.
Actually, never mind. It wouldn't be the same.
Where's Renee? The prick's gone, he replies, trying to smile. I can barely believe it, but he's really gone. He's trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow over his wrinkled face. Gone where? Безмислен въпрос, но... Gaston sighs and mumbles more to himself than you. Hell, most likely. He was an absolute cunt. How did he die? His angry little heart finally gave out, he sighs. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but he just had to prove how tough he is. Това за втори път бъркат как се пише tough, by the way. За втори път го виждам като though вместо tough. Yes, he was about to head home, because when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the cockatoo uniform I saw him in all the time. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Gaston smiles a sad smile. Now the joke's on him, because he's gonna be buried without it. That means the uniform could still be in the guard booth. Huh. Do you think our conversation about his job pushed him to go out there? No, he replies quickly. Renee was the most stubborn man in Revachol. Nothing you or I could say would ever push him to do anything. The man was completely immovable. Was he really that bad? I repeat, an absolute cunt. He turns to look at the crater. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. He was like an old viper. The only people who could stand to be around him were Jean and me. He pauses. She saw something in him when we were just kids, and his voice trembles, and she never lost sight of it. And I thought, if the most beautiful thing in the world can love him, then there must be something worth holding on to. Did you love him? We've hated each other our entire lives, so much in fact that he falls silent and looks at you, eyes filling up with tears. Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. He wipes his eyes with his sleeve. You know what his last words to me were? Tell me. In Guillaume's time, you would have been shot without a trial. That's what he said to me. The old man gathers himself and wipes his eyes again. He lived a cunt and he died a cunt. Let's leave it at that. What happened to the medals? He looks at you for a moment and then speaks quietly. I took them for myself. Took them to remember the old cunt. Nobody knew him better than I did, and I want to remember that old cunt by something. Strange how old cunt sounds almost gentle when he says it now. Here, something to remember your friends by. Вярно, че пазим снимката на Рене и момичето. Well, that's nice. Let me see. Gaston takes the photo, hands trembling. This was 60 years ago. We all went to that parade. And René looked so happy, and Jenny... Eyes blurry with tears, he has to stop. I'm sorry, officer, I just... Thank you. Thank you for this little memorabilia. It really means the world to me. That was nice, the lieutenant smiles. A small thing for us, but invaluable to him. He probably didn't even know René had the photo. I offer my sincere condolences. Yes, the lieutenant nods. We are both very sorry for your loss. It is what it is, part of life, really, he mumbles, only half listening to you. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone. I just don't know anymore about anything, really. He slowly shakes his head, but then remembers your presence. But you must need something. Too bad he's gone. I was hoping to ask him about the Maybells. Мислил ли съм коя ще е следващата игра? Мислил съм картач, но не съм взел решение. Така ще го кажа. Вие какво искате да видите? Казах аз, въпреки че по-рано се оправдах, че изобщо не взимам предвид демократични вотове за следваща игра. Кой ви се гледа, чат? Minecraft, Fortnite. Остава да го запълните. Остават само CS и примерно GTA 5 Roleplay и завършваме така идеалното купче на българския Twitch. Гледат ви се цици. Не и от мен. Не и от мен. The old man stares at the flower, then sighs and says, René really wasn't what you'd call a botanist, officer, and believe me, he didn't like Insulindian lilies. Я да видим каква е историята на тези цветенца. Мисля, че съм я чувал тази история, впрочем. Защо този диалог ми е нов? Е моя въпрос. А може би, защото бях питал другия... Да. Ами... Добре. Тъжно. Това не го очаквах, впрочем. Просто и тъй ще се спомине. Другото старче. Впрочем, казахте Minecraft и плейнотчето ми линкна с нощи излязлата версия на Harry Potter Minecraft RPG-то, така че да не се окаже, че сте прави. Хайде, Зами, лека ти вечер. По-готино ако го играем повече хора, смисъл на самостоятелен стрим да го играе това нещо. Не е ли мултиплеер ориентира на тая карта? Така... Did you find out more about the owner of the armored boots? Yes, I got the mercenary's name and a few Biographical details. Are you ready? Shoot. The suit of armor was issued to an Orinese citizen named Ellis Courtenier. That's... Exact date of birth unknown. He was signed into the Lelystad County Neonatal Care Unit on February 2809. Neonatal Care Units. He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in a neonatal unit, survived apparently, and was assigned to a foster family at 2. This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the Eastbrand Military Academy in Vredefort at 17, then served in the Orinese forces till he was honorably discharged in 41, just a year before the Seminese conflict. Then the armor followed him into Seminine, or at least I assume it did, and that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel, or any of his other incarnations, or him even entering Revachol. Доста тежко детство. The only detail. Добре. Поне взехме много експириенс от цялото нещо. Skullgirls. Къде ме забива в посока файтинг игри? Във всичко очаквах, но не и натам. Признавам си без бой. Уважавам страшно много умението, чистото механично умение и реакционни способности, които изискват файтинг игрите, но може би единственият жанр, който ми е по-скучен от спортните игри, са файтинг игрите. Не беше за мен. Пуснали Майнкрафт, няма да ме видиш, докато не го свършиш. Че то Майнкрафт няма край, бе, букашче. Няма край. Значи никога повече няма да се видим. Така ли излиза? Хората казват, че искат цици. The people have spoken. Tits are in demand. What? Как пък го оцелих това? Има character файтери. Показвай. Ама моите са не от типа, който търсите, предполагам. Как играеш City Builder или Resource Manager? Не, че не бих, но това е толкова на Марти територията и толкова му е на сърцето, че направо ми е съвестно да играя вместо него такива неща. Дали? Глупо е изобщо да го казвам това нещо, но да. Някак си имам чувството, че нагазвам в чужда територия. Малко като да играя някакъв приказен пъстър платформер. Примерно аз да изиграя Ори вместо Нора. Просто не е правилно. Нали? Просто не е честно. Да пресечем мишки с майти. Маци. Маци. Какво правиш, бе? Мия. Какво ти държа сметка, а? Я си поговорим пак с тебе.
Mr. Dubois, every worker, member of the board. How can I help you today?
It's done. I mailed the signatures you asked me to mail. The golden boy returns once more. Wonderful, simply wonderful, Harry. He claps his hands together like a child who's just been offered cotton candy. Of course, I already knew this. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a real future, Harry, and I feel I can finally trust you now. You're in my inner circle too, you too, Mr. Kitsuragi. He nods to the lieutenant, smiling broadly. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder, your lost gun. Nothing is off the table. Well done, sire. By guile and deceit, you're in. Така. Perhaps he expected trickery. Perhaps the signatures weren't important. Добре. The signatures I got. I know you plan to force them out with the construction noise. Harry, he shakes his head. By now you should know I would never do anything tricky like that. However, if the construction noise and limited street access make some people consider moving, well, let's just say there will be freshly renovated buildings near the roundabout, where those poor people can finally enjoy a significant uptick in quality of life. I'm talking real affordable workers' places. Palaces. He proudly spreads his hands to demonstrate the size of the palaces. They're very large. So the village is doomed, the lieutenant says grimly. Глезло, на теб говоря, да. Да, ти. Много ли ти е скучно? Искаш да приключвам стрима, нали? Как знае по кое време спирам? Буквално в момента е мяу, 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 айде играй си с мен. Човеко, става и стига си киснал пред този монитор. Не, още малко. Стой мирна. Ще сипа да яде нещо. Бърба. Че може и да е гладна, честно казвам. На нейно височество Карамела и беше сипана храна. Надявам се да е доволна. Esprit the cats. Easy. Success. A distant feline scream. The slave goes to feed its master. Визуални новели. Говорите си за визуални новели. Добре, харесвате ми днес. Говорете си за визуални новели. So the village is doomed, казва Ким. You were there, you saw the place, a wasteland, there's nothing left. But mark my words, officers. Everard slams his fist on the table, causing some coffee to spill. We are going to reset it. Reset. Плана на Everard е просто умопомрачителен. Imagine a youth center supermarket church complex, employing hundreds, no thousands of people. The coast will be lit up with enterprise and life. All those ruins out there turn into low-income housing. He leans forward. Harry, enough is enough. We're taking the district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on. Да прекратиш Broken Sword 2 за по-малко от 6 часа. Амбициозно. Харесваш ми, Букаш? Ще успееш, ако спреш да пушиш. Ето, може дори да ти се отрази благотворно на здравето, Букашче. Youth Supermarket Church Complex. Do you really expect me to believe that? Yes, I do. I got the center, I got the room for a retail complex, and in 4 years I'll get the church too. The wheels are already turning, Harry. The wheels of progress. This post-war limbo, I won't stand for it. There are kids practically playing with their own feces out there. It cannot go on. But will there be a giant statue of the Clare brothers towering above all? I'm not a symbolist, Harry. I'm a realist. My statue will be Martinez rebuilt. 5-story building complexes, workers on welfare, and landowners in Ozon hating me. That will be my statue, and yours. We're doing this together. Joyce was right when she said you were up to something. Damn right I am, Harry. The fist lands on the table again. I'm gonna make the working man as rich as she is one day. That's my job, just like yours is to keep the peace. Сигурен съм, Everard, сигурен съм. Дали съм играл AI? Не, но съм и хвърлил око. Само, че те са... Нали, нищо лично към създателите, но малко са се попрестарали с този $60 и в нашия случай 60 евро price point. В смисъл, на края на деня това е визуална новела, която това струва 40, нали? Просто не е реалистично. Продължавам ли сегата? Не съм я завършил, Боби, но ако искаш, може да си продължим с плана по програмата и ти да си хванеш четвъртъка и петъка. Нямам абсолютно нищо против да си вземем почивка. Реално съм отворен към твоето предложение. И двете ми се струват напълно окей. Дали съм я завършил? Не. И няма да съм я завършил до тая вечер. Нали, това мога да кажа. Ще си заед утре. Добре. Гатча фем. Спайк Чунсофт са леко скъпари. Не е адекватно. Сега разбирам, че локализацията е струвала пари. Ама просто... Нали, на края на деня това е визуална новела. Did you order the hanged man killed? Order it. You know my men didn't kill him, they told you. It was a happy accident. Oh, Koku Bobros. Happy little accident. You know how it is, no one takes the initiative. If I wanted him dead, I would have had to do it myself. And I'm too fat for that. Why are you so fat? Glad you asked. I've got type 2 diabetes because sugar and fat was all my mother had to give me, and my brother Edgar, when we were kids. He wags his finger at you. Good job too, as it made me ugly. And ugly people, Harry, are much better at politics. What do you gain from him being dead? Why, a war, of course. And what do you have to gain from a war? Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have a victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war. Have you ever heard what 2 giant Ceres hornets can do to an entire colony of bees? They destroy it. I have. It's a great story, Harry. Avert nods. Did you also know how the bee colony kills the giant hornet? They swarm and blanket it entirely until it suffers a massive heat stroke and dies. Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1, and that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men, or 15 men, or even 50 men. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste. How is this connected to the strike? Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war, or in business terms, a dawn raid, or wait, he pauses to rub his chin. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not gonna give nothing, we're gonna take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, the big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We are going to take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines. The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear often. So that is why you haven't let Joyce in. Yes, it is also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her asshole. She has no chance. What? Tits from her asshole, it's a local saying. Actually, no, it's not. Why are you telling me your plans? Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. We have a significant head start. He looks at the swordfish clock and nods. It's already happening. Okay, who killed the hangman? No idea. Could have been his own mother for all I know. If you ever find the guy, give him a big fat kiss from Everard Clare. Couldn't have done it without him. He really doesn't know. How do you know it's a guy? I don't. I told you it could have been his own mother. I'm pretty sure it wasn't anyone from the Union. Maybe it was the mob, or maybe he killed himself because he was a closet socialist. Truth is, I simply don't know. He really doesn't. How many of you guys are there in the Union? 2,372, he replies like a whip. Plus yours truly, of course. That's a sizable contingent for a labor organization in Revachol. Близо 2400 участници в синдиката. Не са малко. How are you going to find your new independent harbor? Fund. Oh, you mean what sort of goods are we gonna be flowing through? How am I gonna replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients who'll ditch us. Harry, we've thought of everything. Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day. You can't possibly hope to continue like you have. Clients will leave en masse. Sure, some will go, but mark my words, the company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them still stay loyal to Martinez and to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands free to pursue bold, exotic new revenue streams. Като дрога, например. Да. Drug trafficking. Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. You don't need to be a colonialist about it. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities. That's the top of the iceberg though, isn't it? The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad. He makes air quotes. Has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debradeurs Union, however, we're all about the large volume column. We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. He slams his fist on the desk once more. So your sick kid can get his benefit and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off risperidone. And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidon. I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things you just mentioned. He smiles. He smiles. But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share, and I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez. He's basically admitting to it. So is Ruby helping you secure this fantastic share? Harry, if I was supplying raw materials to drug manufacturers, I would need an army of rubies. The lieutenant nods slowly. Understood. I have to admit, that's a well put together plan and far removed from you. He smiles slyly. It is also far removed from my men and the people of Martinez, who've put their trust in me. Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbor's turnover, just like the harbor is but a small part of Martinez. So is there a trade or isn't there? Let's look at the big picture, Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music, young mothers who want to start businesses, models who want to walk catwalks, and steel welders who want to weld steel. I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's gonna be in one wealth, and everyone's gonna pull their weight. Honestly, it's not my place to judge that. Harry, the length you're willing to go to keep your nose clean is remarkable. You will always have a warm bed in Mr. Clare's household, my friend, and a special place in the future of Martinez. Очарователно. Едната вечеря е стоплена, другата се готви. 2 вечери ли вечеряш, бе, Юрка? Full course meal. 4-степенно меню. 5-степенно направо. Can I ask about specific union members? We're way past specific union members now. This is big time. We're talking about the future of Revachol here, Harry. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters, but I'm in big-time mode, Harry. Я да видим за оръжието ни. Can I get my gun now? Harry, I've got to be honest with you. He turned solemn. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me, but it had to be done. Fine, where is it? An old woman has it, let me tell you, Harry. Word on the street is she's a character, so watch out. This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy, the one he described as terrifying. So the gun is still with the woman who bought it from Roy. Yes, the same one. I see you've done some research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. He smiles, shakes his head in wonderment. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that. Wild. Anyway, the neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debradeurs Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at the entrance to her building. The fuck? She calls herself the Pigs. Tonight starting 22. Стига, бе! Какво ще правя до 10 часа? In-game. Лекси, hello. Hello. Как ще го убия това време? Има ли някакъв вариант за waiting в играта? Чао, картач. Почивай. Заслужил си го. Добре, разпитахме Аврърт и доколкото можахме, го изиграхме. 22. Holy fuck. Old Fish Market at 22. Check the island for bullet traces. Race Enigma. Буквално не са ми останали квестчета, които да искам да изпълня. И които да мога да изпълня без да придвижа сюжета напред. И как да стане сега? Composure, Perception, Reaction, Speed. Айде, пак ще започнем с Motorics. Ще дигнем Composure като умение. Как си, Лекси? Планираш ли стримче тази вечер? Ще работиш ли по стримърските цели за 2020? Тези смели не изисквания, ами цели, които си поставила за годината. Планове. А ако провериш под стрима, Ани, ще видиш Streamer Goals за 2020. Трябва да кажа, че са много амбициозни. То тя беше казала, че просто е сменила годината от 2019 на 2020, но това няма значение. Важна е амбицията. Така и не може да се кача на този покрив. Нямам никаква идея как се качва човек там. Ако бяхте покрив, как щях да се кача при вас? Или върху вас? Дайте някаква идея.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you?
С нищо не мога ми помогнеш, симпатияга. Ще ги прещакаме NPC-тата за един последен път и ще си търся начин, с който да придвижа времето напред, защото... Буквално не виждам какво може да правим като квестчета. Та-да-да-та-там. И с нея сме видяли всичко. Никой не дава идеи. За моя покривен въпрос. Не го ли свърших това? Аз свършвам бавно. Окей? Бавно, но качествено. И не можеш да съветваш. Не, моят въпрос беше чисто концептуален. Ако вие бяхте покрив, как щях да се кача върху вас? Дайте ми идея.
Make way for the master poet.
Shit. С въжета. Окей, добър отговор.
Make way for the master poet.
Come on, 13%. Make way for the master poet.
Make way for the master poet.
I'm super making way for the master poet.
Make way for the master poet.
Най-вероятно първо с дясно коляно, после с ляв, как последвано от изправяне и неизбежно подхвързване и падане обратно. Това беше ли Resident Evil шега, Бълчо? Was that a Resident Evil joke?
Make way for the master poet.
Не, всъщност, къде беше това? Shit. За кое си говорихме, че има много RNG момент с скачването?
Make way for the master poet.
Паметта ми изневерява. Не, беше шега за моята.
Make way for the master poet.
Йей! За моята височина. Някой ден ще се видим, Вълчо. И ще ти дам да се катериш по мен. Както пожелаеш. In his eyes, a half-familiar longing, flecks of brown and gold. Familiar how? It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest, down the street that goes beyond the horizon. What's in the southwest? Excuse me? He emerges from the reverie. A flinch jolts his frame. The question has touched a nerve. Hell, I get Logan. I felt something similar since I woke up. Man. Tommy sighs. I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no help in an absence, you know? I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, a second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Deora, and here I am stuck in this shit so far from home. Deora? Deora of the Seven Seas. It's on the other end of Lake Kailu, pretty much. On another island called Laurentide off the mainland. We got a little place there. I can almost hear my kid laugh when it snows. What is it like to miss someone? Wow. Идентифицирам се прекалено много с този въпрос. What's it like? Good and bad. An ache that brings you joy. He smiles warmly. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail, of living with them. It comforts me. There's a pause and a sigh. Then he turns his eyes to you. What about you, cop man? You missing someone? I miss someone, but I don't know who it is. I feel for you, my friend. It's bad enough to know who you miss. Missing like that doesn't feel like it has much of an upside. But thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone. And I know it wasn't easy to ask. He smiles. I hope you find your way through your own troubles. Спектрата е по снимки от D&D-то. О, това е толкова сладко. Спектрата има първа D&D сесия. И вероятно е супер горд от това, което се случва на масата. Или поне супер заинтригуван. Но звучи adorable as fuck. Това пък какво е? Hello? Това да го има ли нещо ново? Piss off nature, punch the tree. Велико.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Да, няма нищо ново наоколо. Мога пък да поговоря с продавача от вехтошарник. Може да ми каже нещо за която там има оръжието ми.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Nope, no you can't. Изглежда. Тъпото е, че не съм намерил до момента pastime опция. Тоест нещо, което да им позволява просто да адванс на времето напред, а не знам какво мога да правя. Мога и да правя нещо изобщо, с което да убия времето до 22 часа. Имаше някаква пейка, на която мога да седя, ама мисля, че не можеше да се ползва, ако Кицураги е с мен. Potato. Potato, potato. Нещо насам, евентуално. Но едва ли не съм пропуснал нито едно NPC. Сигурен съм в това. Нали, спрямо начина, по който играе играта, разбира се, защото най-вероятно има места и личности, които можеш да видиш или да срещнеш, или да говориш, само ако играеш по определен начин. Но...
Tequila Sunset.
Нищо ново.
Our tenant.
Евентуално някакви нови неща за споделяне с Джойс, но едва ли. Защо няма pastime опция?
What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see.
I could use a coat like that. The rain is freezing. Sadly, I need one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water almost magically. The company makes them for offshore platform personnel, very sturdy. She gives the material another pat. What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy day. I've been dealing with overwords again. Oh, she raises her brow to say. And? Ma'am, this whole thing is a takeover. A takeover. Yeah, it's not a strike. You aren't being let in because there's nothing to negotiate. The union is taking the terminal. If they're taking it, she looks toward the colorful mountain of crates, like toy blocks rising above Martinez. Green livery changing into red blot by blot. Like a cancer of the blood, metastasizing. Jesus! Тези медицински термини направо ми забързват езика на флонга. Докъде стигнах? Мисля, че съм съвсем накрая, впрочем, Зори. Няма да успея до края на днешния стрим, но със сигурност в рамките на един стрим още ще я завърша. Или поне така си мисля. И сега се оказва, че примерно остават още 10. Then we're talking about a war. Everett needs to let me into the harbor at once. We need to talk about this. He is ready for war. They all are. They most certainly are not. Her eyes return to you. Crenell has thousands of men on their payroll. The next batch will be a platoon of 20 men and a gunship. I have seen the Union's forces. They are better organized than these mercenaries. They also have the support of the people of Revachol West. It will take more than Crenell to wipe them out. Wild Pines will need to send more and better equipped men. Make no mistake, ma'am. I am sure you have the money. The question is, how many years and how many lives are you willing to sacrifice? What do you suggest I do? Does it matter, or has her mind been made up for quite a while now? Днес си добра, такава си, безспорно. Бомбонка за Зори. Абсолютно. First, will this affect your decision-making process? Everything affects the decision-making process, Detective. Officer, the look on Kim's face conveys uncertainty. He doesn't even sound angry. I wish there was a disco option. I'm afraid we won't disco our way out of this one, she says, with considerable regret. Look at your wrist. It's apocalypse o'clock. Time to commence the gloaming. The lieutenant looks at his own watch and sighs. Maybe so, Detective, but that doesn't mean we're not obliged to try and stop it. He's right. There will be slow, simmering, hideous civil war. The beginnings of a failed state. No apocalyptic rapture, just ugliness. So what are you going to do? What will I do? She says, slowly looking around. Her arm falls to her sides, her spine relaxes. The wind blows, waves crash in the distance. She crosses her arms and asks, Did I ever tell you how they discovered this, Isola? During our reality lowdown. You said you would, one day. She nods. It may be the only break we've ever caught as a species, the last one for 400 years. Why? The nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Mundi, the world. It was all they knew, all they thought would be. That there would be something more was a gamble, akin to another world, or life after death. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual, She points northwest. Irene la Navigateur, the Queen of Suresne, sent 8 expeditions, one after the other, into the mess at the edge of the world. 5 of the crews did not return. 2 did, but had lost their minds. Sounds political. She nods. There was no precedent for such an undertaking. People thought she was punishing the admirals, or had gone mad, or both. Until after years of trial and error and the development of a strict psychological regime imitating the creation process of poetry. The 8th expedition returned, sane and intact. They told of a new continent of matter. They told the Queen and her counselor Dolores Day that the Pale had begun to condense day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute, slowly raining down until it formed a vast ocean. This ocean. She nods. The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time the crew thought they were experiencing hallucination. The masthand proclaimed, "L'insulinde, l'insulinde," the signal to wake up. But they could not. They were sane and conscious as islands began to appear on the horizon. There are 78,000 uninhabited islands in the Insulindian archipelago, officer. The freckled face of God, she smiles. After life, death. After death, life again. After the world, the Pale. After the Pale, the world again. A total shift, she nods. In human comprehension of reality, on the second day a great skua was shot down, above the flagship Lysergic. The bird was preserved and brought back, along with pollen. Great skua. 4 years later, the Queen's Counselor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, elected world spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high. Leaving us here. On Kalu, she studies your reaction. The Pebble, the largest of the fertile, uninhabited islands of the North Insulandian archipelago. 4 centuries and 2 revolutions later. Как така съм докъснал? Докато почне Нора. Не съм си го поставил за цел, но искам да напредна като цяло. Да успея да завърши играта до края на седмицата. Минимум. Иначе Тревянче, интересно предположение. Моята мялкаща приятелка далеч не е в почивка. The great skua was the first bird they saw. The first living, autonomous organism, proof of reality. It's the symbol of Insulinde, detective, the coat of arms of the suzerain, and the wings of the crest of the commune. I seem to have it in for it, or it for me. I broke one. In your defense, it is a nasty creature who plucks food from the throats of lesser birds. Yet, much like Revachol, it is also magnificent and rare. Imagine the suzerain of seagulls. And this was the last break we got. The nations of Mundi proceeded to discover 5 more Isola, or they discovered us, all in the rush of the great inter-isolary reconnection. But these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there, wipe out indigenous populations, gunboat economies, or they came to do the same for us, or had done to each other. But here, she spreads her arms, there was no one but the skua, the Lilasea, and the Blood Beach and the River Esperance. It was the new world. The Mondials used it to amass the greatest concentration of wealth mankind has ever seen. Revachol, the suzerain. So what happened? Revolution, poverty, and the mercurial rise of capitalism. It's raining. It is. She pulls the hood over her head. Soon it will be spring and everything will blossom. The gangs will run wild. The lieutenant keeps his hand in the rain, checking motor carriages, ferrying amphetamines through the cold city, springy stuff in Revachol. So what will you do? I will take your advice, Lieutenant Yefrater. I will surrender Terminal B to the Union. Което изобщо не беше моя съвет, впрочем, но... Is that within your means? She puts her hand in the rain. She's silent for a second. We will see. Ma'am, this may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time there will be 2 strikes. Kim looks towards the harbor. Then 4, then 100. What happens will happen. Joyce takes the end in her rain-slick hand and starts untying the knot. The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez if you handle the situation on the ground. You are going now. Yes. Mr. Clare has a 2-month head start. I can't let it grow any bigger, and I've exhausted all my options from here. There are no employers. She's a member of the board. Probably a partner. You are the Wild Pines. There are no employers. She turns to you, rope in hand. You are the Citizens Militia. There are no superiors. I am. You are wrong, detective, and the next time you should confer with those superiors before you go setting events in motion. Events are already in motion, whether your actions accelerated or momentarily retarded their progress. Even the lieutenant cannot really say. Even after all this time, I still don't understand who you are or what's your angle. I have not deceived you. I told you who exactly I was. Rejoice Layton. Като професор Лейтън. Нитке, впрочем, и професор Лейтън е една поредица, която много бих се накефил да изиграеш. Само дето май няма качествен порт за PC. Толкова ти изкучвам, че отида да работиш. Тревянче, може ли да правиш такива неща, бе? И аз се вземи в ръце, човече. Вместо да изиграш сезона на Дявол.
Keep the peace, and I will keep my end of the bargain.
How far along is Cronell's investigation?
A confrontation is imminent. They have followed in your footsteps. As your investigation reaches a climax, so does theirs. They are your shadow. Arm yourselves. Armor yourselves. Protect their targets. Violence may be unavoidable, but we can limit the casualties.
When will they make their move? And where?
Soon. I do not know precisely. They have cut off all communication, you see. They know I've been feeding you information. One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought and come to this conclusion. You're not an amnesiac. You're insane.
Oh, велико. You're not an amnesiac. You're insane.
I know, because I too am insane. I just hide my illness better. And I'm rich.
And I'm rich. Ево како. Джойс е баси якото NPC, впрочем. Реално и двамата, и Everard и Джойс са много добре реализирани. Нали? Както и всички останали NPC, но тези двамата са много интересни сами по себе си. Защото представляват, нали, двете гледни точки, двата противоположни края на политическото мислене. Isn't everyone a little insane?
No, detective. No one's as insane as you.
Don't worry, madame. I am very sane.
You're over-radiated.
I'm overexposed, baby. My travels take me through the Pale dozens of times a year. I've got the longing, and I've got it bad.
How'd you keep it together?
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this isola, the Volta de Mar. It's used by inter-isolary travelers and other troubled souls even to this day.
You could use a little of it yourself. Goodbye, nether creature of the forbidden swamp.
Watch out for yourselves. They will strike soon.
The lieutenant watches her boat grow smaller on the bay, its white sails fluttering. You wonder what Everett has to say about this. Slowly, the sails turn a grey-blue as more oxygen gets between you. Huh. Тя си отиде. Perception. Норче, тук ли си? След като се чудим какво мисли Everett по въпроса, да вземем пък да го попитаме какво мисли по въпроса. The Insulindian Miracle. Нещо я няма. А после на ме ми обяснявате, че закъснявам. Не ви ли е срам, чат? Нямате ли сърце? Не оценявате ли колко се старая? Впрочем, старая се пък, мамка. В началото на годината не съм закъснявал нито веднъж. По моя лична преценка. It was noticed. Oh! Senpai noticed me. Yes. Thank you, Senpai. Си закъсняло. Да бе. От 2020, както е почнала, моя New Year's Resolution е да не закъснявам. Дължи се на игрите, които играеш? Ами, да, толкова са ми интересни, че не искам да закъснявам. Но има още 3 минути. Мистериозен Arx Life надпис. Кой ли го е казал? Освен това има въпросник.
The ship has sailed. Did you see it? I know you did. Tell me, what did it look like as it grew smaller and smaller, when that mainsail dropped behind the horizon?
There's a mean little light in his eyes.
Did it look like a germ? Did it look like a piece of bacteria?
His tone is totally different now. The jolly man of the people is gone, and so is the smile. Oh my god, you've been played. Винаги съм знал, че е такъв. What the fuck? Изобщо не съм бил изигран. Още ли сте имаш психопат? Не, Норче. Това е на запис и аз всъщност съм приключил преди поне 8 часа. You wanted me to deliver that message to her. That this is a takeover, that I want a war. He nods forcefully. God, I also hope you told her about the drug trade. They absolutely hate getting their hands dirty with that. You can kill 1 million people, but if you do something the police doesn't like, well, then you're out of the yacht club. A vein on his forehead is pulsating. Goodbye, you inhuman fuck. Now I know why you've been so forthcoming. No, Harry. What we have here is real. We're working men. This here, he taps his chest, then points to you, is real. So this was your plan all along, for me to relay this information to her. Harry, he exhales slowly. I can't see into the future. We are all playing by ear on this planet. I had no idea she'd react so strongly. But you did want me to relay info to her. I did. I knew the negotiations would go better with the police officer telling her horror stories from inside the harbor. It's scarier this way. Turns out it was a magnificent strategy. I never thought it'd be so fundamentally fuck her up. How do you know she left? Harry, I bugged her cabin. I bugged her whole boat. I had cameras surveying her boat. Hell, I even wanted to bug that thermal cup, but my boys advised against it. So you've been listening to our conversations all the time. Not me personally. He stretches his arms like a discus thrower. I had guys recording and processing this information for me. The Hardy Boys. Hell no, he exclaims. They'd fuck it up. They can't do anything right. I mean my real boys, my special task force boys. Where are these boys? They sure as hell aren't hanging out in the open with beers in their hands for the cops to question. He bursts out laughing. And they're pros, Mr. Kitsuragi. Thanks for letting me play a part of it. Harry, you've made a conscious decision to relay that information to her. You could have kept it for yourself. But she told me a beautiful story about the discovery of the Insulinde. Of course she did. Rich people have the best stories about all the interesting things they've done and seen, all the beautiful places they've been to. It's just sentimentalism. She can afford to be sentimental, and she can afford to lose as well. You did use my intellectual curiosity against me. Against you? He's taken aback. Oh, Harry, I'd like to think I used it for you. But she said she's insane, like me. She's not insane. What did she tell you? His expression betrays extreme skepticism. She has this sentimentality and longing about her. He scoffs. She's a sentimental alcoholic. They all are, Harry. Never take a drop and you'll be 8 laps ahead of the upper-class winos, just like old Mr. Clare here. Try it. You'll be a real super detective. I've actually been sober for a while now. I can see that, Harry. He studies your face. Alcohol has left its marks, but you're doing better than when I first saw you. A rich man is shitting himself, the working class sober. So what happens now? What was always going to happen. We take the harbor and she fucks off to a zone, uncorks a bottle of wine, calls her partners, and says they need to distance themselves from this nasty business before the big shit spinner splashes everyone. Only difference is the Union doesn't have to lose 2,000 men to machine gun fire. You could have just told me? I have a bad taste in my mouth. You better make sure this ends up saving lives. That it will, Harry. That it will. A sincere smile crosses his face. As to the bad taste, please, you're not a sommelier, you're a cop. You knew something big, and you wanted to see what happens when you tell someone, so you told her. Anyone who's ever been close to power will tell you. Inside information is the sweetest thing in the world. It's better than money, it's better than pussy. Money only makes you special for some salesman. Pussy only makes you special for yourself. Information makes you special for all mankind. It's the ticket to history. Does make sense when you word it like that. Damn right it does, Harry. What you did was participate in history. When history calls, you have to pick up. You had no choice. None of us ever do. A hard disco cop like you. I knew you weren't one to resist temptation. You know what, detective? I am going to leave this out of my report, and I suggest you leave it out of yours too. Avert chuckles. Just look at the three of us. The three careless boyaderos. Good times, good times. So what the fuck now? Now we let bygones be bygones, because there's work to do, for me and for you. I suppose there was a reason you came here, so let's have it. What can I help my best friend and comrade with today? И това е краят на сюжетната линия с него, най-вероятно. А аз тук слагам дебелият сейв за деня. Извинявам се на Норчето, че и настъпих малко във времето. Исках просто да довършим този въздългичък, но и интересничък диалог. И ще се видя с вас утре след обед, когато... Окей, няма да обещавам, че ще завършим приключенията в Диско Elysium, но със сигурност ще продължим с тях. Хубава вечер, оставям ви на какави Нора, нашата най-прекрасна амазонка и Skyrim. Чао от мен! Ох, този ASMR от пишещата машина обаче.